Good morning. Good morning. I'm audible and visible? Yes? Both. Perfect. So, module number 10, we have to discuss multiple very important things today. First, we will discuss the significance of Cold War. We'll have a small discussion, which is the assessment of America as a power. Then we'll go into second, colonization and decolonization. In this, we have two agendas. One is Africa, and the other one is called Indochina, which is basically Vietnam. And once we're done with this, as you know, tomorrow is our doubt session. I will also do previous year questions with you. And once you're done with PYQs, in tomorrow's class, and if today time permits, or very categorically tomorrow, I'll give you module by module importance and areas to cover. Areas to cover, which is in which module what is important and what area you have to cover in that. For example, French Revolution, course and significance. So I'll basically create a certain mind map for you so that you can understand which module, 10 modules we've done, in which module what to emphasize on, and what should be your strategy with regards to world history. So these are things which we will cover today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, I encourage you to come up with the questions or have any question you have other than the discussion we've had. You can send it to islive@byju's.com with the tagline World History. The subject should be World History Doubt, and they will collate it. And that sheet which I will get is the first thing which I will discuss. Class-based discussion is something, but I want everybody to contribute into that sheet wherein you ask questions which you have developed over the period of these 10 days in that sense. So islife@byju's.com, world history doubt subject. Tomorrow is basically our last class properly. We finish whatever we finish today. If something is left, we'll do it tomorrow. So that's not an issue with regards to that. And I think then in morning batch, once world history is over, I will start, I think, ancient medieval art and culture. If I am correct, yes, I will be ancient medieval art and culture in morning, and in evening we will go into modern India. So both of these will be taught by me only. So from 9th November, morning ancient medieval art and culture. Students who want to do modern India can do modern India in the weekday evening. And yesterday I started modern India in weekend. So modern India is happening twice or two times together this weekend and evening. And ancient medieval art and culture will start together. So this is the basic way in which the next 1 month will be there. It's all history, and if you've done modern India, you can revise with me. If you've not done modern India, let's understand that. And ancient medieval art and culture, I think for you it is the first time. I guess it is the first time morning batch you are getting exposed to ancient medieval art and culture. Yes, first time. Very good. Perfect. So that's a very, very good thing. Very good thing. Because that ways your base will get created very well. Morning batch has geography on 8th November. That will be a Ramavat for a different batch itself. Certain batches have already done, certain batches have not done. So your batch matters. Yes, batch 5, it will be geography. So I'm talking about the students for whom ancient medieval art and culture has been scheduled. Okay. Did you begin modern day yesterday? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You have the recordings if you want to see. We've covered advent of Europeans, Mughal decline, and regional states. I know the batch 4 would be done with geography. So at same point of time, geography and history is happening. For some of you, it will be the first interaction. For some of you, it's the second interaction. That is the way it is planned. I'll wait 1 more minute. I'm waiting for you to join in. This is the basic thing, significance of Cold War, and very interesting story, understanding of Africa and Indochina. This is our insurance policy. Vietnam is our insurance policy because UPSC once asked a question on Indonesia. So our insurance policy is that if they have asked Indonesia, which is Dutch imperialism, Malayan Peninsula, we can now basically move away from that, and the next thing which is left is only Vietnam. Evening match on I think Wednesday. 9th is Wednesday, right? Yeah, no, 8th Wednesday. Today, tomorrow, yeah, 8th Wednesday. Look at your dashboard, you'll find it. Is the last of this is the last module of world history? Yes, Surya. For batch 5, I know ancient medieval art and cultures in Feb. Yes, that is also me only. Okay. Now let's discuss what the agenda is for today generally. Now I want everybody's attention. What we have done, see, in a way, my major story is done. That my major story was that I started in 1776. I reached till 1800, then I reached till 1900, then 1914, then 1939, and then 1992. So my major story is done. And if you look at it, this stories of nationalism. It started with the American Revolution, which is economic nationalism. Then it went to French Revolution, which is political nationalism. Then it went into unification of Germany and Italy, which is cultural nationalism. When we did cultural nationalism, then we moved to rotten nationalism. Rotten nationalism is basically the story of how the Serbians, the whole Balkan issue. Then we moved to the concept of ultra nationalism. Ultra nationalism. And once we did ultra nationalism, then we went from 1945 to 1992. We saw again nationalism, which is based on undercutting each other. So between 1945 and 1992, it was the two nations trying to assert their power, which is USSR and USA. And this whole story, we learn only one thing. We learn only one thing. Yes, industrial revolution is the questions come from industrial revolution only. That is the area which is the most fertile for questions. That is elaborately done also. So if you look at it, this is a taste of nationalism in different flavors. However, this period has been the most tense period generally for history because of the fact that nuclear power was available between 1945 to 1992. Now, what we saw was that when it came to the conflict between the US and the USSR, the agendas of these two countries were different. USA wanted to prove that capitalism works. USSR wanted to exploit their satellite states. Now we stopped on Friday when the Berlin Wall fell and the USSR gave birth to 15 different countries in the Central Asian sector, and Russia came back into existence from the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Now, the period which we've seen till 1945, the one superpower which existed was Britain. Britain dominated world history, and the agenda being the first industrial power, they dominated till 1945. And after 1945, they were not in a position. Hitler had literally ravaged the whole UK, and basically the Allies, France and Britain, were not in a position to hold on to what they had. So now there was a tussle between 1945 to 1992 for who will become the replacer of Britain as the hegemonic world power. And that is basically USA versus USSR. Why did USSR lose? Because USSR never had a proper economy. The USSR never really actually had what we call socialism never worked as it is. Lenin already had a flawed concept itself, and USA had the upper edge because the capitalists pushed a lot of money into it. Now, when we talk about the USA, which won this battle against the USSR, the unipolarity of the world after 1992 needs to also be assessed, but only briefly. Is that Britain, if you had to give Britain, if you had to give one word for them as a superpower, it would most probably be an abuse. If one word defined the British as a superpower, it would most probably be a abuse, because they were the worst of the worst. They were the worst of the worst. And neither no other country can ever triumph the British as a power when it comes to being a worst or very bad superpower. So the British generally have already set the bar very, very low, very, very low. But the Americans don't really perform very well. Understand this point. If I assess America after 1992 to 2023, let's take this period as a period of their unipolarity. America has single-handedly destabilized West Asia, Iraq, Iran, Qatar, Yemen, all these countries, even Oman, all were destabilized. In the process of this, they created ISIS, they created Taliban, they have destabilized Afghanistan, the Pakistanis, what they did to us, used to always dance on the head of the US, because the US backed Pakistan. That is why Pakistan had so much courage to do what they did. The Mujahideen, Taliban, ISIS, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Saddam Hussein, created by the US. Arab countries, totally yes. Saddam Hussein, created by the US. But when Saddam Hussein said, I want to use the oil money for ourselves, he became a dictator with weapons of mass destruction. Gaddafi, again created by the US. Again, when he said, I want to use the money for my own people, he was removed. Israel, Palestine, they've not managed it well itself. Palestinians have been losing out to the Israelis. Israelis are becoming more and more aggressive. The UN has become totally useless, except for this UNESCO awards and these things. UN has no purpose. The P5 needs reform. The US has made sure that institutions such as the WTO, the World Bank, the IMF, all remain mouthpieces of the US. The WTO has nothing to do but to actually propagate American ideas. World Bank and IMF will only give you money if the Americans want you to get money. So the US has not been a very good power. They have, if the British destabilized Asia, the US destabilized Central Asia and West Asia. And the point is, the US did it knowing what the British had already done. The Americans themselves have not been very, 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 very good. See, international relations as a subject called area studies was actually developed by the Americans to understand the world itself. In the name of globalization, in the name of globalization, we have been Americanized also. If I today ask you any intricate question about Indian culture, if I ask you to name three martial arts, you will struggle to do it. In India, we know more about American culture than actually our own culture. And that is the uncanny and unfortunate truth about the youth in India today. You would rather know about the Game of Thrones, or for example, the Friends franchisee, episode by episode, you would know what is happening. But you would have no idea about any scripture in India, any mythological story, or if I ask you to name certain parts of our culture, nothing. Zero. That is why when people start art and culture, they say that it's boring. So you want to say that Indian culture is boring, which is that you don't have any interest for your own culture. So rather, if I sit and analyze the whole Game of Thrones franchise, you will enjoy it. Everybody knows the Avengers, but nobody has any idea about people who are actually protecting our culture in that sense. So the point of the matter is globalization was not something which actually had a positive impact on Indian culture. So the US used these tools to open up economies, and the US based MNCs show that arrogance also. From Apple to ABC, which is Google, to Amazon, to Meta, these four companies control more or less the whole world. Today, if Google says that we will remove our services from India, whole of India will stop, because you use Google services so much that the fact that we cannot imagine a world without Gmail, a world without Google in that regard. So America has not been a very good power. They have not been very good in humanitarian support, and whatever conflict we see, from Yemen to even Sudan to Nigeria, to whatever conflict you see, it is a very, very, very non-performing, very self-interested power. No, you don't have to do that, Ilyas. Thereafter, the last problematic aspect about the US is that it's also a conservative power, finicky power. It's a very moody power. See, the British hate you, they hate you. But the problem with the Americans are they use you. At one point of time, India was never given any form of support from the US. They used to support the Pakistanis. But once they realized the Pakistanis are the problem themselves, and when for the Americans 9/11 happens and terrorism becomes something new, they realize that it is okay, Pakistan, that is the problem. But when it comes to standing by India, America will never do it when it will be in critical moments. So they are protecting their interest, we are protecting our interest. To remain in superpower, they might have done it knowingly. Yes, all of this has been done knowingly. Osama bin Laden was also created by him only, by the Americans. The Americans do one thing, which is that if you want to destabilize a country, they create these dictators. Venezuela is a very good example of how most of Latin America today is what it is. That cartel and all drug trade is because of Americans, the CIA. So, very simply, understand this point. When the USSR was ready to help India, US never stood by us. US never stood by us. So, understand this point. If I assess America as a power, they have done worse in a more modern period. And they are, in the name of oil, which they used to call democracy, they have literally made sure that across the world, Ukraine is a very good example of how they destabilize the world. I'll give you a very simple example. Ukraine, let's take the curious case of Ukraine. See, Ukraine was a part of the Russian Empire. For a very brief period, it came out. Then again became a part of the USSR. When it became a part of the USSR, after disintegration of USSR, Ukraine was a very big country which has a lot of resources also. Now, Ukraine has been for at least decades pleading that give us either NATO membership or give us EU membership. NATO, EU. NATO, EU. EU did not give it. European countries said that we don't want Ukraine, and NATO also did not allow Ukraine to enter. Why? Because the NATO countries wanted to keep Ukraine as a buffer. So there was Russia and Ukraine, and then the EU countries and the NATO countries. So they thought that like Ukraine is a buffer, the Russians and NATO countries don't have a border together. Now, in a way, Russia has always been humiliated, or has been, in a way, buffer means a little bit of distance. The Russians have a certain sense of what we call as victim type card which they play, because be it pre Second World War or post Second World War, USSR has always been targeted. So Putin, what did he say? He said that if you don't want to add Ukraine into the EU or the NATO, and if you want to keep a certain distance, a buffer between the Russians and the NATO countries, he first checked the world. He took Crimean Peninsula, and Crimean Peninsula he took. Nobody said nothing. So Russia said that if nobody wants Ukraine, then I take it. And now when Ukraine has been basically invaded by Russia, now everybody is interested in Ukraine. What was the problem in giving Ukraine NATO or EU status? Didn't you predict it? You have the best intelligence of the world, and you did not see mobilization of the Russians. Russians have proved two things. Economic sanctions don't work. When the economic sanctions were put on Russia for an integrated economy, the whole world has now gone to a recessionary trend. It's a recessionary trend because the energy prices started to go up, inflation started to go up, people started to have less consumption. Therefore, there's a recession we are in. The hypocrites, the West, which we call, are, why are they? See, understand this point that if I take first 10 countries with their defense expenditure, if I add the second to ninth, still it does not come close to America as it is spending on the level of money, $6 billion, the level of money which it spends on its military is mind-blowing. And the biggest point is America cannot survive without war. Understand this point very clearly. Because America needs war, because if it does not have war, what does its big companies do? Lockheed Martin, what does it do? What will these big companies do? Rafale Industries, what will they do? They want to produce for the, and ironically, how is that? You imagine in the Israel-Palestine conflict, where did Hamas get their weapons from? Hamas had 2,200 rockets. 2,200 rockets, which they basically launched. They got it from Lebanon, they got it from Iran, they got it from anywhere. The point is not that. The point is beat Hezbollah, beat. The point is not that. The point is that this arms race, who has created it? The Hamas got its hand on these weapons because that was a countering effect of what US was doing in Ukraine and in West Asia. Most of the ISIS trucks were Toyota trucks. ISIS at one point of time was using Javelin, which is basically a US-based rocket launcher. Everybody is testing their technology in the Ukraine war. America has given more aid to the Ukraine when it comes to military aid than actually any other country. So try to understand this point that Americans live by conflict, because if they don't live by conflict, what do they do with their military? And if you remember, US is a part of the NATO. But does the US wait for NATO command or NATO joint meetings to take a decision? Never. But if we will join the NATO, US will tell us what to do. So try to understand this, that all of this is a sham. Geopolitics, which you see today, and that is why we study world history, is all an eyewash. America, West is no better. That is why if you say that in Israel, in Russia-Ukraine conflict, I'm on the side of Ukraine, you are basically calling yourself a hypocrite. Because if you are on the side of Ukraine, then you're the side of the West. But agar itna hi pyar tha Ukraine, so if you loved Ukraine so much, then why didn't you add Ukraine to the NATO or to the EU? Why aren't they adding them right now? If you love Ukraine so much, then where there was that love 5 to 10 days before? And I can't fathom, and I can't believe that the US did not know that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. Americans have multiple spy satellites. If you and me go and scream that death to America, they will get to know. And they never saw the mobilization of the Wagner group of the Russians on the Ukrainian border. And if you so love Ukraine, then why didn't you give Crimea back to Ukraine? Why did you allow Russia to have Crimea and Sevastopol? So the West only does it when it becomes real. So understand this point, that the US is a very dangerous power, and the unipolarity of this world is problematic. Now, if you look at it, China has learned from the US only. US had MNC based imperialism. China said, okay, we will just stuff everybody with so much money, which is basically Truman Plan and Marshall Plan, that we will give so much money to the Africans and to the Asians that they will go into debt imperialism. Pakistanis had never seen 8 and 6 billion together. Billion, 8, 6, never seen together. $86 billion was given to Pakistan from China. Kenya, most of the countries which are there in the whole, what we call a strings of pearl in their understanding, a lot of these countries have now high-speed rail network, but people don't have money itself. So most of the infrastructure projects of China in Africa are basically failures. If you go to Africa, I got the chance to go to Ethiopia and Senegal for a Harvard conference. When you land in these countries, there are 3 languages which are written on signboards: English, French, and guess what the third language is? Guess. Mandarin. It is Mandarin, Chinese. Mandarin. You tell me who in Africa is reading Mandarin? Who is reading Mandarin? There's so much immigration out of Africa, out of China, so much personnel and so much labor which China has exported out of China into Africa, that they need signboards. When they create their airports, they put in Chinese boards. But what will the Africans do with that Mandarin board? This conversation can go on for long. And if I start to assess each and every country, you will see somewhere or the other, you will see Americans entering and destabilizing, be it the CIA or it is USSR versus USA. It's either the British, French, and now don't have that much power. But to be very honest, the Khalistanis have made their base in Canada. Our diplomat gets assaulted in America when it comes to the Khalistan issue. So you really think that America does not have the capability of removing Khalistanis from their soil? The level of hypocrisy which comes out of them is unparalleled. If the US wants, it can do anything. But they have only tried to push their interest, which has literally destabilized the whole world. So to conclude this conversation, every issue in this world today has been created by the British, but never solved by the Americans, only made worse. Both of these countries together have in a way destroyed most of the world if brought together in that sense. So understand this point, that the Americans are no better, because we tend to see with these sparkle in our eyes towards America. As a IFS officer, I can guarantee to you and remember my words: never trust the Americans. Never ever trust the Americans, because they will never stand by you when you will need them to stand by you. They will only use you, be it the Quad, be it in balancing China, be it in this and that. Right now, they said sanctions are on USSR, on Russia. Don't talk to Russia. We said it's an all-weather friend, and that ways we have now developed a new type of foreign policy, which is all alignment. We had non-alignment, now we have all alignment. We'll talk to everybody. So very simply, these white people are nothing out of this world. And I can tell you one thing for sure: they're literally clueless. They have no idea what they're doing, no idea whatsoever. And the level of hypocrisy when it comes to the West is best shown in Africa, which I'm going to discuss with you vis-a-vis the colonization decolonization. Because what Africa is today is a poverty stricken, very problematic, very problematic nation, a very problematic continent. And all was created by the Europeans. The Europeans literally destabilized Africa, and today they are the ones who created hunger. They are the ones who created poverty. They are the ones who created very low level of development. And today, when the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, goes to Africa and gives them food and oil, the British and the French show that they are so benevolent. You are the ones who destroyed them. अब एहसान कर रहे हैं देखे that you need to UNICEF is doing something for them. If you are so considerate about the Africans, who destroyed the African economy? Who destroyed the culture of the Africans? The Europeans. And now they will go and then click pictures vis-a-vis that we have contributed 10 million to the aid towards Africa. So when you were looting them, then you did not realize that. And today, when they will go to the Africans and say that we have given you vaccines, you are the ones who destroyed them only. So basically, the curious case of Africa is that Europeans came, broke every bone of the Africans, and then took them to the hospital. This is actually a best analogy for Africa as of right now. So the point which I am trying to push here is the West should never, and this is a point you need to understand. We in India are still caught up in a colonial mentality. Unfortunately, that is the case. We can have candidates from Delhi University, from for example, Jamia Millia Islamia, JNU, Osmania, BHU, even Calcutta University, Madras University, standing, and one random person who will come from University of Sussex, Unisex, Middle Rose, multiple counties are there in America, in the UK. That candidate will come and stand, and the interviewer is going to prefer the person who came from Britain after doing his BA honors or masters or whatever it may be. It's called colonial mentality, that we value the people who go out of India more than actually who are in India. And this needs to stop. We need to stop looking towards the West as a form of inspiration, because they have nothing to give us. They are clueless themselves, and that we need to stop doing. If this is clear, I want to now discuss what is colonization and what is imperialism. These are two words which we have to discuss. What is the difference between these two words? Yes? Okay. 1 second, I'm muting myself. Okay. I was just talking to the team. I was asking them, did you get the 5 questions I sent you for Saturday and Sunday? They're just confirming that that was uploaded or not. Did you get the 5 questions? There will be 5 questions in your dashboard. I hope that you saw the questions. Does anybody have any problem in those questions? Because this is the last time you meet me for world history. Were they manageable questions for you? Did you see the questions generally? That is why I'm asking that has that got uploaded or not? Just prima facie looking at those questions, it made sense to you, right? Purva, you just email me that, I'll get it sorted. What is the legacy of the First World War? Second World War. Legacy of First World War, Treaty of Versailles, the concept of Great Depression, the fascism, all are legacies of the First World War. If you don't get it, you email me. I'll ask the team to send you the link for that. Okay. Perfect. 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 It's not time bound. You can send the answer at any point of time. I was just checking if you are comfortable with those type of questions. That is the basic point. Okay. So they've confirmed that the questions were uploaded also. Chisti, you also send me. Okay, fourth question I have not understood. Ilma, write the question. I don't know which is the fourth question because I want to end that part of the discussion and then we can start our new journey in that sense. So we start module number 10. There will be no MCQs because this is a mains oriented topic. It will be what are called subjective questions. You want my email ID? Abhishek.mishra 19@byju's.com. Abhishek.mishra, not colon Mishra, yes. Alok, it will always be the case. You are trying to write too much detail. Try to write the theory of it. Try to write the implication of it. If you're trying to fit in a lot of events, that is not what the questions are asking for. Okay. Question number 4. Hitler and Napoleon did the same mistake in the war. What was the mistake which Hitler and Napoleon did when it came to the war in Europe? What was the mistake? Legacy, significance, more or less same thing. What is the biggest mistake both of them did? Yes, both attacked Russia in the winters. So the Moscow campaign of Napoleon and Operation Barbarossa of Hitler both attacked Russia when it was the winter season. This is where both of them are similar in their strategic failure. So I was just checking that are you actually listening to what I'm saying? So these are called very what I call questions which have no set answer, but check if you understand both the wars or not. So it's not a groundbreaking question. It's not asking you to give the whole sequence. It's about giving the examiner the beauty of your understanding, that I understand how these wars are similar to each other. Yes. Okay. So okay, perfect. Now we start module number 10. We had a discussion on the significance of the unipolar world of the Cold War, and I think you are more than capable, and I trust you in that you are more than capable of doing America bashing in the examination. Just don't go to a little bit too extreme. Thoda chhod dena, but at least when the examiner is asking you comment questions and critically analyze questions, you have all the right to criticize the West. Understand this point. You have all the right to criticize the West. In the examination, nobody is telling you the Americans are not checking your paper. You have all the right to also critically analyze the West and the Americans. Because a lot of students I've seen write questions in which somehow America is God. Remember, America is not God. We are a sovereign nation and we have all the rights to do what we want to do. Right? Okay. Question number 2. What is question number 2? 2. 1 second. I'm looking at the question number 2. The importance of the Russian Revolution lay in not the revolution itself, but the legacy for Europe. Now, this question again is trying to ask you the significance of the Russian Revolution. The revolution itself had nothing real impact on Europe. But what did the Russian Revolution actually create? What did the Russian Revolution actually create? Palak, you tell me. What did Russian Revolution actually create? Socialism. So isn't socialism a theme which will dominate the world between 1917 and 1992? Somehow the world was always obsessed in trying to manage it. So that is the point. That is the point. That the questions are asking you to think. Factual questions are not asked in world history as it is in mains. They're conceptual questions. So understand that it is not asking, in a way, this line may be true for French Revolution also. That the importance of the French Revolution did not lay in the French Revolution itself, but the legacy it created. So legacy significance is the same thing. Legacy means what it gave to the world. Significance is also what it gave to the world. Right? Okay. Now there are two words which are there. I'm now starting to develop the module number 10. We should have had this discussion on Friday, but because I want to have an elaborate discussion, I want to take out that sense of colonialism from you. That's why I wanted to have this conversation in the first 40-45 minutes. There's one word called imperialism, the other one is called colonialism. Now, people tend to use both of them as interchangeable terms, but they aren't actually the same words. They aren't actually the same words. The fact is that imperialism and colonialism are stage-based understanding. So, which comes first? Can anybody tell me which comes first? Yes, very good. Imperialism. See, when it comes to these two words, imperialism is the first thing which can develop. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. Imperialism is that you don't want to control that country fully. You don't want to go into changing the administrative setup, the political setup, the social setup. I'm a country who just wants India to sell its cotton cloth at a very cheap rate. So, imperialism is when you dominate a country to get concessions out of it. It could be military domination, it could be political pressure, and it could just be the fact that you are not directly ruling this country. It's indirect rule. It is indirect rule. Wherein, when a country dominates a foreign territory or nation for concessions or favorable trade or economic policy, we argue that it is imperialism. Imperialism also has one very interesting, very interesting variant, and that variant is called mercantilism. Mercantilism is trade based domination. Trade based domination. So, from the outside, it will seem that the country is free. A very good example of a country which was under imperialism is China. China was never ever colonized. It was under always imperialistic domination. The British wanted something, they fought opium wars and opened up China. And very simply, from the outside, it seems that the country is in control of itself, but someone else is actually, in a way, asking that country to do what it is doing. I'll give you a very simple analogy that when you go to the mall or if you go to any what we call as commercial center, you will see that there are these battery operated cars, small battery operated cars. Have you seen them in which children sit? Yes, that is a very good analogy of imperialism. See, the child, when he sits in the battery operated car, he's doing the steering wheel like this, that. But actually, the child does not have control. person is standing behind with a small remote control. So that remote control is basically, or that person is actually imperialist. It's an imperialistic country. And that child is basically the foreign country. It thinks that it is controlling where it is going, but it's actually not doing anything. So it has been it when your policies are to the outside world look like you are doing something, but you are being driven by or influenced by someone else. That is called imperialism. And imperialism, very simply, the examples are China. The Chinese is the best example. But today we have new imperialism. What America does, what China does is called neo imperialism, wherein through the WTO, World Bank, and IMF, the Americans tell us what to produce, what not to produce, and how to sell it. You tell me one thing. I'll give you a very simple example of new imperialism. You tell me one thing, that why should the WTO tell us how much subsidy I can give to my farmer? You tell me. What right does the WTO have to tell me how much subsidy I should have or I should give to my farmer? Amber box, blue box, this box, that box. But I want to give a lot of subsidy to my farmer. But who are you to say? Who are you to say? Now, this is called neo imperialism. That though you are not, are we ruled by America? No. But we are still ruled by America. We are still ruled by these institutions. So, imperialism is the first stage, is always the first stage. First stage, this is the word which we use for imperialism, is indirect rule. You do not take the hassle of changing the whole fabric of the economy, society, and polity. You let the basic structure be there. You are basically controlling the economy from outside. From outside. That is called imperialism. Now, Lenin was a person who said a very important line, that when capitalism reaches its highest stage, it automatically becomes imperialistic, because capitalism needs markets and raw materials, and that is the way the capitalist will always lead. Basically, capitalism is the most important impulse for imperialism. However, understand this point also, imperialism was not something new which developed in Europe. Romans had imperialism. Can anybody tell me a Indian power which was known for its imperialistic outlook? Can anybody tell me that? Very good. Cholas. The first Cholas are called early Chola. The second Cholas are called imperialistic Cholas. Cholas are the best example of imperialism, not Mauryas, but Cholas. Cholas are the best example of imperialism. They dominated Sri Lanka, they dominated Southeast Asia, but they never became a part of the Chola Empire, but were dominated by the Cholas. Now, after imperialism, you have an option. And in India, for example, between 1700 and 1757, maximum 1765, we had what is called as imperialism in India. That wherein till grant of Diwani, the British kept on influencing internal politics to get trade concessions. And the last straw in them being an imperialistic power, it is believed that by 1810, the British were now becoming a proper colonial power, once they had defeated most of the indigenous powers also. Now, imperialism can and cannot lead to colonialism, but colonialism is a new concept which developed after 1492 properly. So imperialism has a much older history, but colonialism is very, very new, only after the discovery of the New World. And colonialism is when the foreign power, which we call as the mother country, wants to dominate and take control of the political, social, and economic fabric of the colony or subjugated country. So here the word is direct control. Here the word is direct control. When you want to directly control that nation. So imperialism is the first stage, colonialism is the second stage. You may or may not become a colony, but you can be dominated by the other countries itself. Try to understand this point. Try to understand this point. Imperialism can exist without colonialism. Colonialism means that imperialism was already there. If there is a foreign country and I just want, for example, it sells me at $10 up commodity, I want them to sell it at $5. And now for reducing the amount, I can't just go and see. Colonialism needs a lot of investment. I just come, I show them there my guns, and they say that if you are not going to give me at $5, I will most probably destroy your country. So I have created military pressure, and now they give me at $5. This is a concession I've got vis-a-vis a domination through military power. This is called imperialism. I didn't go and change the king, change the social fabric or economic fabric. Now I can have a separate concept wherein I go and what the British did after 1810 or after 1765, which is they literally invested quite a lot in India. They changed the social fabric, social justice reform movement. They changed the economic fabric, economic policy. They brought in new institutions, ICS, police, the army. They brought in a lot of the railways. They put in a lot of investment. Colonialism means wholehearted commitment in exploiting that country. When it comes to imperialism, it is the first stage of colonialism, that I just want something and I'll take it out. A good analogy of this is when you drive the car, the GPS tells you where you are going. So the GPS, and when you are still driving the car and the GPS is telling you where to go, it is called imperialism. You're driving yourself, but you're being taken somewhere from by a external power. But colonialism is that when the GPS takes over and you are sitting in the passenger seat, then that is called colonialism. Okay. Imperialism can and cannot lead to colonialism. It's not a given, but yes, colonialism exists, so imperialism would have been there for sure. Difference between winning a country and colonizing a country. Winning a country and colonizing a country. What do you mean by winning a country? Was there a competition and you won a country? Are we clear? Colonialism does not exist without imperialism. Sure. You can say it the other way around. Okay. Now there are three types of colonialism. The three types of colonialism. Self-driving car is an example of colonialism. Leads to imperialism. Colonialism leads to imperialism. No, imperialism leads to colonialism. Imperialism is invented by colonialism. No, again, why are you trying to complicate it? It's a very straightforward concept. I mean, imperialism, you are indirectly controlled and you're directly controlled. Imperialism, colonialism. Have you not seen countries doing things for the Americans, but is America actually ruling that country? Does China show Pakistan its map? Does Pakistan exist as an independent country? Yes or no? Does Pakistan exist as an independent country? But can we say that Pakistan is actually independent of any external influence and has no domination in the form of economy? No. So right now, Chinese neo-imperialism is working in Pakistan. Colonialism would be then when Pakistan is added into the Chinese empire itself. That is the easiest I can tell you. It's not that complicated the way you're making it. Okay. I'll read it out to you also so that there's. Now, The practice of establishing its rule and dominance over the economic and political life outside its pale is called imperialism. This rule is indirect rule. Objective is exploitation and expansion. I'll tell you the examples. Imperialism is China, and colonialism, there are different types of examples. Lenin argued that when capitalism reaches its highest stage of development, it culminates into imperialism. Imperialism is when industrial countries subjugate and dominate underdeveloped countries in the world. And this subjugation is of economy, but there is still no direct interference, indirect rule. Now, when we talk about these two words, imperialism is the political and monetary dominance, either formally or informally. A country taking full physical control over the other is called colonialism. Exploitation and economic control is the ideology here. Imperialism is the ideology behind colonialism, but colonialism is one step forward. Imperialism operates from the center. It is a state policy and is developed for ideological as well as financial reasons. This is nothing more that you want to dominate a country for exploitation. Imperialism has its origin in the Roman Empire itself. This is a very 15th century thing. Now, very simply, there are three types of colonialism also. One is called settler colonialism. The other one is called exploitative colonialism. And the third is called neo-colonialism, which we also dub as neo-imperialism. Again, Shreyansh, why Andaman and Nicobar is not a colony of India but a part of India? Difference between colony and being part of a country. Hey, Andaman and Nicobar Islands was a part of British India. So when British India gave independence to India, it was a part of India. Difference between colony is, again, you are this mean, have you not done modern India? Have none of you done modern India? How is that you have no idea of colonialism without actually doing with doing modern India? The whole story of colonialism of India was done, and you have no idea about what is colonialism itself. Andaman and Nicobar Islands was Andaman and Nicobar Islands were part of the British Empire. British India, when it was given, transfer of power was done. So Andaman and Nicobar came to. Britain was mother country. We were a colony. But does the British when they came to India, was India always a part of Britain? A colony is an area which you take under domination. India, try to understand this point. A colony is a country which is a separate country altogether. If India goes and conquers Nigeria, that is called colonialism. So this can't be so difficult to understand. Is there one mistake between Napoleon, me? Still Priyanka stuck Napoleon and Hitler. Means mistake that unnecessary expansive vision, manipulative nature. Sure, you can say that also. And why are we asking? What is the origin of this question? How is that you don't know the difference between a colony and being a part of a country? This is a very serious offense under friendship treaty between Bhutan and India, which again, that is called protectorate state. It's not called imperialism. You can be a protectorate state that you basically protect that state. That's a separate issue altogether. Yeah, Sikkim was not under imperialistic control. It was under protectorate status. I somehow not understanding how is it becoming so complicated. China acquiring Tibet is colonialism, sure, but China argues it was never not a part of China. As Indians, you are having a problem in understanding colonialism. National leaders and the Constituent Assembly will turn in their grave that you don't understand colonialism. 400 years of Portuguese colonialism and 200 years of British colonialism, and you don't have what is known as a colony. Arey bhai, hum the colony. We were a colony. Looted, destroyed, killed, tortured. But were we a part of the British? Bhai, imperialism nahi samajh aa raha, I understand that. But क्राइम कर रहे हो यार ऐसे. व्हाट इज अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड पता नहीं. कम ऑन, कम ऑन, लीव इट. 400 years not taught this. I never studied Portuguese history. The first thing which I teach you is advent of Europeans, Portuguese only. And the last thing I teach you is liberation of Goa. That is also Portuguese history only. This is the comfort called Indian Constitution. That is the point. You don't know what it means to have freedom. And unfortunately, if you've actually gone through modern India and you have no idea what colonialism is, then that is even more unfortunate. The whole story is of colonialism only. Okay. Now, I don't feel it's like 400 years. 100 years जैसा लगता है ना? Because the Portuguese never expanded in India. They were here since 1500. So, feel नहीं आता है. This time passes very quickly, right? They were here from 1500. The first Portuguese factories in 1503. So, the problem is in Goa, we intoxicate ourselves too much. We forget that the Portuguese were the first to come and the last to go. But we were never under Portuguese colonialism. Goa was just a small colony. Okay. First to come, last to go. I hope these are things not coming as a surprise to you. That is unfortunate. That is more dangerous than teaching this. Okay. Now, not Cabral, Vasco da Gama first, then Cabral, then Vasco da Gama, then Kochi, then Cananor, thereafter Goa 1510, thereafter 1529 shift from Kochi to Goa, and liberation of Goa is for 1962. Okay. Now, Ireland and Britain, basically they will not go into colonialism concept because that is properly making it a part of the empire. Understand this point. In colonialism, there's a distinction: mother and country which is subjugating the other country. Ireland would be an understanding of conquering that area itself. Okay. Now, Diaz reached Cape of Good Hope. Cape of Good Hope is not in India. It is in Africa. Okay. Now, three types of colonialism. I was not expecting this type of conversation when I was doing this part, the easiest, the smallest part in that sense. There are three types of colonialism, which is settler, exploitative, and neocolonialism. See, settler colonialism examples are, for example, Australia, New Zealand, and America, wherein when the colonial power reaches that area, there was nothing there to actually subjugate or control. There would be, for example, indigenous population, but they would be so primitive that America, when we discussed, our story starts with settler colonialism. When the first question I discussed with you with America is, how was America made a viable colony? And this is the problem with settler colonialism. In those areas, you don't have a structure to exploit. So when it comes to the discovery, development, and sustenance, rather we'll say exploitation, all is done by the mother country. It's called settler colonialism. Example: Australia, New Zealand, and America. When they reached there was nothing to really exploit. They had to basically make it a viable colony. It's about making viable colony is made by it needs a lot of effort. Exploitative colonialism, the best example is India, would be Indonesia. The exploitative colonialism is that the mother country does not need to develop anything. just exploit. And in the process of exploitation, they could change a little bit of things. Neo-colonialism and neo-imperialism is the fact that this is basically the domination of free countries by multinational corporations, which is that these MNCs basically dictate what you do in your own area. So when we talk about these three types, you have settler, discovery, settlement, development of the colony is solely performed by the colonizer. The onus of development completely lies with the colonizer. Though the colonies have some indigenous population, they are mostly killed or exterminated. Australia, New Zealand, North America. Exploitative colonialism is when the colonial power stations its army, controls government directly, indirectly. Systematic exploitation of the colony, resources taken from the institutions which already exist. India, Indonesia. Neocolonialism and neo-imperialism is when economic domination happens through multinational corporations or global corporations. So now, before I go to Africa, there are three things which we discussed: colonialism, imperialism, and what are the types and what is the difference. Anybody has any issue in this? Anybody has any issue in this? Britishers developed the economy of America. They integrated into the triangular trade. They developed the institutions. The population was British. Everything was done like that. Can we say that before 1765 India had exploitative colonialism? Thereafter it had settler colonialism? No. When the British landed here, the Mughal institutions were already in place. So settler colonialism is when you land, there's nothing. How MNCs dictate countries. Pratik, today if Google says that you don't pay, if the Indian government does not pay 100 crore as ransom, and if they don't pay it, if you don't pay it, all the Google services will be taken back. The company will be paying. MNCs control everything. Everything in India, more or less, or everything across the world, not even in India. Okay. Neo-colonialism is when WTO, World Bank, IMF, Apple, Google, these countries dominate other countries, or American-based exploitation is this only. Neo-imperialism, imperialism, old ideology. Neo means new. Settler is like raw food, prepare yourself, eat. Exploitation like cook food. It's not just about cooking food. Yeah, understand this point. No, not it's not being angry. It's like it's not that easy. It's very easy. You are complicating it. I'm not getting it. It's like I'm saying A and you are saying A B C D E. I'm telling you one thing and you are just trying to expand it into something it isn't. So one student has asked me what is the difference between host and parasitic relationship. Arey, host parasitic bola hi kab maine? When did I say that? So why are you bringing environment into it? Then you will ask me what is mutualism also. The point is, it's not that difficult. There, when Australia was there as a colony, was made into a colony, Australia was a barren country with an indigenous population which did not have anything to really exploit. So the Americans, though the Britishers had to develop Australia as develop means develop institutions, a state, a army, a police, every institution which you see around you, a proper state is developed so as to exploit that area. When the British landed in India, Mughal institutions were already there. And that is what Clive did. That is what, for example, Hastings did. But when they realized that the institutions which existed are not efficient enough for exploitation, they started to change that system. So, settler is when you have to develop everything, not make food. It's about making that country itself. What Australia is today, what America is today, what New Zealand is today, they were built from scratch by Europeans. India is an ancient civilization. Since the Indus Valley civilization, we had multiple big civilizations in India. So it is not that difficult to understand. Right? Right. Okay. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's do one thing. Time out. I'll give you a 5 minute break here because somehow this is getting overheated. This is called Gajini effect. 2 दिन gap हो गया. Now somehow Australia make food. India was under colonialism. ये कब हुआ? This is happening basically. And Andaman and Nicobar Islands is now not becoming a part of India. So there are things which are happening which should not happen. Right? So I'm giving you a moment to unwind, have tea, coffee. If you need tea, coffee, take some tea, coffee. Because when I talk about Africa and Indochina, I need your attention. So right now you are, for some reason, the whole class is distracted. They're still trying to figure out 400 साल कैसे हो गया, 200 years. Achha, how, when does this is problematic. Gajini effect is when you learn something and over 2 to 3 days you forget it. That I say something and something else changes. So you want either you were watching the match also till night, but as it is, they were all out for 83. So as happened, the match went till 11 in the night. So understand this point. You don't tell me when I give you a break. I can see you need a break. I'll give you one more break after I've done Africa. Take it. You don't think you need it. I know you need it. So take it. So it is 7:12. We'll come back at 7:20. 8 minutes I'm giving you. Sit there, gather your thoughts, and then I will be happy to talk about Africa. We have tomorrow as a day also. We don't need to rush. So acceptable. I will give you another break. I'm not depriving you of another break, but for some reason, most of you are wavering around somewhere. Acceptable, right? Okay. So I see you at 7:20. We've discussed what is colonialism, imperialism, and the legacy of the Cold War. We've had a good discussion. Now I want to discuss about Africa, where I need your attention. Right? Okay. It's not complicated questions, it's not dangerous questions. If you ask me a very difficult question, I will become very happy that you are thinking and you're asking me a thinking question. But if you will ask me questions such as what you are right now asking, it is dangerous, because then I don't know where do I come to the level that way. So just keep it simple. Watch the match highlights. Be happy. I'm coming in 8 minutes, 9 minutes, whatever it is. And then we start Africa, because I need to teach you Africa properly. Right? Okay. See you at 7:20. Ready? Okay. Now, ready. Now, when we talk about Africa, see, we've been talking about this continent vis-a-vis the slave trade, different contexts. But when we turn our attention towards Africa, Africa was not having a pan-African identity. What Africa was a combination of tribes, different types of sultanates, and very what we call as not having a type of cohesion, but very separated from each other. So they all now have a pan-African identity, which is that they all think that they're Africans. At this point of time, that's not the case. You have the Ottoman Empire controlling most of North Africa. But other than you have, for example, the Zulu tribe, the Ashanti, you have Maji Maji, multiple tribes which are there. Now, in this context, this is what the Europeans used to develop the slave trade, wherein when these people are fighting with each other, they were ready to sell each other in as prisoners of war, and that is the genesis of the slave trade itself. Now, Africa is a very resource rich country, very resource rich continent. When I say Africa as a continent, very resource rich, diamonds, gold, silver, and over and above that, the the way Africa developed as a continent, it was the cradle of civilization. All humans evolved in this sector, then went to other parts of the world itself, and it's a very culturally rich area also, with multiple tribes having their different cultures, languages. Very beautiful continent with a lot of different cultures, different polities, but their biggest issue is there's no unity, and that is what the Europeans exploited. So when we look at the 1800, 1880, the not even 10% of Africa was actually colonized. Not even 10%. And Africa as such was more or less independent when it came to the early part of 19th century or late part of 19th century. But and if even if the Europeans used to come to Africa, they did not used to go too much interior into Africa. They used to just hop around these coasts so that they don't go to the other important, very internal parts of Africa in that sense. But by 1880, what is happening is that, except for Britain, other European powers are also industrializing. For example, Germany, for example, France, for example, Spain, Portugal. These countries started to what we call as industrialize. And it is believed that between 1870 and 1880, there was a major imperialistic rivalry which was developing. Basically, all these European powers started to fight amongst themselves to get access to Africa. So now there's conflict developing within the Europeans for Africa itself. But in 1884, a man called Bismarck, as you know, said that we don't need to do this. This cake called Africa is too big for all of us. So why are we killing each other over this? And basically, this process of fighting for Africa is called the scramble for Africa. UPSC used to ask a lot of questions from this area 10 years back. Now they've abandoned Africa also, much like the whole world itself. But the scramble for Africa is the European powers scrambling to capture power in this sector. And what will happen is that in 1884, Bismarck is going to organize what is called the Berlin Conference. In the Berlin Conference, all these European powers will sit with a cup of tea and very neatly divide Africa amongst themselves. They were like, why do we need to fight with each other? We all are the same. So basically, when it came to fighting amongst themselves for the first time, they came to an agreement, which is that it's not worth killing each other for these Africans. Let's systematically divide Africa amongst ourselves. And this is how they did it. The French and the British got more because they were already present in this sector. So you don't have to learn this, but for example, Ivory Coast, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Mali, Central African Republic, Chad, Senegal, French colonies. Britain got the most prized possession, South Africa, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, Egypt later when the French took Morocco, Ghana and Sierra Leone. The Portuguese, only have to read this, don't have to learn this. Portuguese got Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, Sao Tome. The Germans, Namibia, German Congo, Guinea-Bissau. Spanish got Morocco, later the French will take it. And Belgium got Congo, Rwanda, Burundi. So if you look at it, they could have killed each other for dividing the continent, but they haven't. This is a very important point you need to understand, that when it comes to their own interest, they will not kill each other. So the Africans were divided very neatly, and that is why you will see most of the boundaries in Africa are straight, because वो scale रख के बनाया ना. They kept the scale there and they were like, this is my area, this is my area. So you see how clear, straight this line is. This, you see, these lines are straight because they just sat in Berlin, took out the map of Africa, and they divided everything amongst themselves. Belgium is the way we say it. Yes, it's Belgium. Now the point is that this has been the most systematic way in which any country actually ever got colonized. And what the point is that Africa never remained the same ever again. So when we talk about the colonization of Africa, the question would be why? Why are they going to Africa? And initially, it will be slaves. Thereafter, it will be resources. And once the industrial revolution happens, it is the market and the cash crops plus raw material. So when it comes to why did they actually go to Africa? Slave trade was the first one. Bullion, which is gold and silver, gems trade, till today. There's something called UN missions. You know UN mission? UN missions are sent in conflict-driven areas. So for a very long time, there used to be a UN mission, peacekeepers, yes, UN missions in Sudan. And UN peacekeepers used to see, and this is the level of hunger which is there in Africa. The locals used to bring this big diamonds and used to give it to the officers and used to say that you give us something to eat, give us a loaf of bread, because you can't eat diamonds. The level of poverty is such that they did have resources, but they did not have food. It was basically banned under UN missions to actually take these gemstones with you, but people did smuggle it. But the initial missions, which were mostly dominated by the British and the French officers, Later, Indians started to enter quite a lot. The Sudanese mission and one of the missions in Zimbabwe and all, basically, they used to bring hordes of gold and sometimes hordes of diamonds for one loaf of bread. That is the level of destitution and poverty which they have. And this is the reality of Africa, that they were drained of so much resources, colonized in such a brutal way that they were never able to come out of it. So from slave trade to gems trade to the fact that after slave trade was banned, they had to do something with it. It became raw material. And if it was nothing like that, then the Catholic Church is always present, which is the Christianization of Africa. And till today, most of the African culture was destroyed by Christianity. Food and agriculture is there, but they produce coca, rubber, they're producing cash crops. Africa used to produce a lot of agricultural sustenance agriculture, and food crop used to be there. But African economy was very categorically and very systematically turned from a food producing economy to a cash crops producing economy. Again, this should not come as a shock to you again, because this is what the British did in India. Famines were never a thing which used to happen in India regularly. Centuries one famine would have happened is a very big rarity. But under British, we had famine after famine after famine after famine. Why? Commercialization of agriculture. They made our agriculture from food producing to indigo producing. Will you eat indigo? And you see, the pattern of colonialism remains the same everywhere. Now, we have tried to understand how Africa was colonized, which is Scramble for Africa, Berlin Conference 1884. And we understood the reasons. Anybody has any issue in this? Because I want to discuss the effects of colonialism. Effects. Okay. As it is, I'm telling you, this area used to be important, not important now, so don't have to get flustered. Now, when we talk about the effects, politically, all conflicts in Africa today which exist are because of the Europeans. Because what they did was that they created artificial boundaries which basically have created ethnic and tribal conflicts in Africa till today. In Rwanda, Burundi, and in Guinea-Bissau, till today, there is conflict over boundaries and areas. And the reason is very straightforward. Why? Because when they sat in Berlin and they made those lines, they didn't know what they were actually doing. They didn't know what they were actually doing. So they drew lines where they should not have done. And these artificial boundaries which you see today, same as Radcliffe, how he sat in Delhi and made a line in Punjab. The point was that they didn't know what was happening on the border itself. So any political conflict which exists in Africa today is basically because of the Europeans. The need for UN peacekeeping is because these Europeans destroyed and distorted the whole sector itself. But the real impact comes artificial boundaries, Rwanda, Burundi, Ethiopia, Eritrea, German and Belgian Congo, same issue. But the real effect comes in economic. It comes in economic and social. See, the point is, will G20 membership won't take ask questions? This no, they don't. There is too much to ask this. Now, When we talk about economic, Africa had a very good agriculture. But first, for slaves, they started to kill their own people. Later, when the Portuguese were the pioneers in this also, when the Portuguese saw that slave trade is declining, they introduced what we call as plantation economy or plantations. And very systematically, everybody followed suit. Britain, France, Germany all introduced what we call as plantations. And the concept was that anybody who is doing his own agriculture asked so much revenue from them that they need to sell their land and add him or her to the plantation itself. Now, what has happened over the years of colonialism is African economy changed from a properly agricultural economy into a cash crop economy. So when these countries did get independence, their economies were destroyed. They had no food. Their treasuries had been looted. Their resources had been looted. And economically, they were made so damn subservient to the British and to the French and to the European powers that till today, the highest number of least developed countries, LDCs as they're called, are in Africa only. And it is not a coincidence that most of the least developed countries are British and French colonies. So economically, they saw literal destruction of what they used to have as proper agricultural economies, very sustained practice, also very good practices. So the output was not linked to their own needs, but to the needs of the Europeans. And at the same point of time, they started to change the labor profile of Africa as per their purpose. So the political creates conflict. Economically, first they had the gold, ivory, and slave trade. I can tell you one more thing very clearly. 99% of all extinction of animals, the reason why we have critically ivory is ivory tusk. The reason why we have labor profile means slavery and internal labor profile also, which is plantation labor. Why we have critically endangered animals is because of Europeans. Indiscriminate killing of elephants for their tusks, indiscriminate killing of lions and tigers for their skin. IUCN Red List basically should be called European Hit List. All the animals which are there in the IUCN Red List are actually the animals which were very categorically killed by the Europeans in Africa and in Asia. Ivory means tusk of the elephant is called ivory. So it was in a lot of demand in Europe. What I mean to say is that the environmental impact of colonialism has never been really accounted for also. So their extinction cannot be blamed on humans. Don't bring us into it. Their extinction has been blamed on Europeans. Europeans are the single-handed reason why there are multiple species which don't exist today. And after the trade stopped, new crops were introduced in Africa, maize, sugarcane, and thereafter tobacco, cotton, palm oil, groundnut, coffee, rubber became standard things. And if you have that type of production, shortage of food became very common. Shortage of food became very common. Now, the worst which happened to the Africans was actually not even in the economic or the political, it is social. See, the Africans speak three basic languages. Either the African country is going to speak English, all for luxury. Why did they hunt? Sport. It was a sport to hunt. So when I talk about social, all African countries today either speak English, French, or German. Some of them speak Spanish, but the point is their own indigenous culture, indigenous religions, languages, ethnicities were destroyed. And the biggest issue is what we call as the concept of Christianization. They used to have their tribal religions, and some of them were Muslims. But a very good example of how Christianization destroys something is Nigeria. Have you heard about something called the Boko Haram? No. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay. Boko Haram is a terrorist organization, Islamic terrorist organization, militant group in Nigeria. And they argue that Nigeria is literally a Islamic country, and the Christianization of Nigeria under the British was an unnatural development. Now, Boko Haram, what it does is it abducts young children, boys and girls, and takes them to their camps where they are being made to live the true Nigerian life. Now, Boko Haram is an example of how certain things can have unintended impacts, and this Christianization of this whole sector, the Christianization of this whole sector is extremely dangerous. So whilst their cultural changes were there, their Christianity was pushed onto them, which basically meant everything related to their own culture was gone. African languages, dialects, everything was replaced by English, French, Portuguese, or German. But the biggest impact which the Europeans did on the Africans was lakhs of Africans and their cattle died because of the Europeans just stepping there. See, there were multiple diseases which were known in Europe. Europe had developed immunity to them over a period of time. But when they came to Africa, they brought with them these diseases, and the Africans had no natural immunity to them. This was true for the cattle also and the animals also which were there in Africa. There was a point at which lakhs of men and women died because of simple diseases such as cholera, such as basic disease like diarrhea. On the other hand, it is believed that 1 to 2 million cows were killed in Africa. Their own cattle was killed in Africa because of a disease in cows which was there in Europe. But because they used to give a certain type of medicine in Europe, that was not a problem. Yes, rinderpest. So rinderpest killed 20 lakh cows, basically destroying the economy of all pastoralists in that sense. So these areas were destroyed by the Europeans, spread diseases all across the world. And the Africans had no immunity to it. If that is not enough, till today, all ethnic violence in Africa is because of the way Europeans exploited this continent. Some of the Africans did get a privilege to go to Europe and study. That was the white man's burden, as we know, used in India also. The moral justification which these Europeans give to rule these countries, that we are here to develop. But I think after looking at and discussing the First, Second World War, we would be very, very clear and very, very not wrong to say that they are the real savages. They are the real barbarians. Europeans are the real barbarians. They are the ones who killed 8 crore plus 3 crore, 11 crore, 12 to 13 crore people were killed in Europe for egos. So they used to call us savages, that we have no developed culture, we don't understand modern economics and modern concepts, but they are here to push that. But what is the most strongest legacy of colonialism in Africa, that is basically racism. That is basically racism. Till today, till today, Africans face discrimination on the basis of the color of the skin. And to be very honest, we, the country of fair and lovely, are also part of this narrative, which is that across Europe, that is true that the Africans have seen discrimination, but in India also, in Asia also, they face the same type of things. The opportunities available to them, their development, their educational opportunities, all are contingent to where they're coming from. And we tend to have a phobia against Africans. We tend to have phobia against Africans. And it is totally there in India. Where we are wrong, let's agree we are wrong. Totally there in India. In interior parts of India, in rural India, urban India, everywhere, everywhere. We already have an obsession with what we call as white skin, gori chamdi, this colonial mentality, which again is still there, that the Americans and these Britishers taught us that beautiful is white skin. And that is what really we are still coming out of. But the blacks, as they're called, the Africans, are the most ostracized group when it comes to people based on their appearance in that sense. So if you understand colonization, if you understand effects, if you understand why Africa is what it is today, and how is that they are in this position, and if now you can actually see the level of hypocrisy of the West, if you can see the fakeness of the UNICEF, if you can see the fakeness of FAO, if you can see the fakeness of these different organizations which are trying to bring out Africa out of their position, they're the same powers which put them in that position. So very simply, the colonization of Africa truly and forever destabilized that Africa, of that continent itself. And now we have to talk about decolonization. How did they get independence? Can we do that? Everybody is with me? No issues? No issues. Very good, sir. Is the neo-colonialist expansion of China and Africa also for resources? Yes. Uh, China knows that the African corridors are very important for trade. And Suez Canal will never come into control of China. So what the idea was that Chinese would develop multiple rail networks across Africa. And they invested quite a lot in infrastructure projects. In Kenya, there's a very important economic corridor which was created where vis-a-vis train link. However, the Chinese forgot one thing. Which is that you can make a bullet train, but if you have the ticket of that bullet train 10,000 rupees per person, nobody is going to use it. So these infrastructure projects, the problem was that their cost of running was very high. And the volume which China expected is also not there. They have developed huge airports in most of these African countries. But they thought that lakhs of people, they will become the new Dubai, they will become the new Qatar, they will become the new Frankfurt. literally lying around. Nothing. Nothing at all. So very simply, these infrastructure projects are actually backfiring on most of these countries. And now they're also seeing the problem what China has created for them. So basically, now Kenya, for example, is in a debt trap. Kenya can't do anything. It very enthusiastically joined the One Belt One what is called the Belt and Road Initiative. But thereafter, once they've now started to pay for it, then they've realized the trap about it. So China gave them numbers which actually were not even real in that sense. Okay. India and South Africa both are independent countries. They get independence long time ago. Firstly, the independence of South Africa is not that proper independence is very recent, 1992-94. Why we face discrimination on basis of color until now? What is the most affected reason? See, because Anshu, the problem is that European culture dominates and colonialistic mentality dominates. That is the unfortunate truth here. Unfortunate truth that we tend to actually have a what we call as subconscious bias in that sense, and that is totally true. That is totally true. If you really don't think that India is a racist country when it comes to skin color, if you really don't think so, open any matrimonial website and you see the ads there, then you will realize how rampant this problem is. So if you agree with me, then you will understand it is a colonialistic mentality. That, and if you don't understand, then look around you, you will find every indication that we have a very major issue with this white thing, that white is the color of beauty. And that is not what we used to think. It is something which the British taught us. And when it comes to good things, we never learned good things from the British. But two, three bad things we've learned from the British very well. For example, communalism. I'll discuss this when I will discuss modern India with you. Communalism. We still today remember how to hate each other. And second is this type of racism, which is discriminating on the basis of color. So the biggest issue remains communalism, but we are. To be very honest, I've been criticizing the Europeans for quite a lot of reasons, and we can be that much introspective to say that yes, we also have a problem. It's a subconscious bias that comes from internalizing the European culture. The fact is, you would have seen that Disney right now is changing all the characters in their cartoons. For example, uh, the Little Mermaid franchisee was recently rebooted. But because you used to see the mermaid as a white woman, you always thought that it was a white woman. And now they're rebooting it with a African American woman. That is not acceptable to people. But because we have a certain image which is put into our mind, when I say Jesus Christ to you, the first image which will come to your mind is a white man with very long hair and wearing a robe which is white. This is the image of Jesus Christ. But Jesus Christ was born in the West Asian sector. So how can he exhibit the qualities of a European? And that is the way you basically create certain stereotypes. What you see around you is what you absorb. As children, you do that. It's called a subconscious bias. That you are taught to do it. And that is the basic point. You're taught to do it. From your very young age, from your teenage years, you start to watch. Now there's a new craze, K-pop, Korean pop culture you're picking up. Now for you, Koreans have the highest rate of what we call as plastic surgeries in the world. Highest 80 to 85% of the population has gone through plastic surgery because they have their unrealistic standards of beauty. Now, what is going to happen? You will see BTS, you will see K-pop culture, and then try to emulate it in India. So this is how you pick it up. These are very interesting things. See, this is what history teaches you. The very interesting things that somehow all what is around you, you absorb it. And that is the basic point, that you absorb it. And that is how patriarchy, racism, Varna system, caste bias, all of these things are internal or internalized. So I'll give you a very, very interesting irony. And this is after that, go to decolonization. Who are the victims of patriarchy? Who are the victims of patriarchy? Women. But at the grassroots level, who perpetuates patriarchy? Women. Ironically, this is called internalization of patriarchy. That when I came, I was not given access to this. So when my daughter-in-law will come, I will also not give her access to this. If you've seen that movie, Rocky Rani, whatever it may be, what was the position of Jaya Bachchan? She was like, I was not given access to this. So I will also not give you access to that. So you would be seeing it, you would have seen it. Women are the breakers of patriarchy, but the internalizers of patriarchy also. This is the unfortunate part. And this is what I say when it comes to capitalism. The fact that we can never imagine a future in socialism is capitalism getting internalized into the worker itself. Into the worker itself. When the worker cannot imagine a society, a economy without capitalism, this is called internalization of capitalism by the worker itself. So I hope this conversation you're finding at least relevant, because these are things which somebody has to discuss with you, because you have to write essays. So when you're writing essays, these are the issues which the UPSC is asking you. And you can see these things are coming out of world history. So when you have an essay wherein you see this something which is talking about the West, talk in these things. Talk about these things. That these social issues, these economic issues which we have are not superficial. They are systemic to us. And that is why history opens up your mind. When we'll talk about ancient medieval art and culture from Wednesday, you will see every social evil has a logical beginning in the Indian society and how it has dominated it. That is your history, what you are today. Now let's talk about decolonization. Now, when we talk about decolonization of Africa, there were two ways in which they decolonized. One was basically rebellions and armed struggle. The other one was national movements. Now, both of these have precedence in the world. Rebellion armed struggle model was picked up by them from countries like Vietnam, which we are going to discuss after this. And national movement, best example is India. Now, I have not asked you to remember anything till this point, but here you have to remember two tables, 2-3 points out of it. Because you can be asked, and previously they've asked, now they're not asking, but still you have to know it. It is only after the Second World War that Africa started to decolonize. However, their models were different. Certain countries, armed struggle, And now, because you have to write an answer, you would have to sprinkle the names of these armed struggles. And I'll tell you which one to do it because their names are a little bit comical or easy to remember. So you would have to write, for example, the Ashanti who rebelled against the British in Ghana. Here I'm going to mark the names which you have to remember. Chimurega in Zimbabwe, Nenalamba in Madagascar, Maji Maji, Germany in Tanzania, which was called Tanganyika, and Zulu in the Dutch in South Africa. If you can remember these 4-5 names, in writing the answer, you would have to push these as examples. And the concept is standard: fight for your independence. And they had a proper armed struggle with the colonizer. On the other part of the story is national movements, wherein, like the Indian National Congress, the African National Congress, multiple what we call as Western educated Africans who went to the West, developed these newer sense of ideas. They are the ones who became the leaders. So in India, that was also the case. Gandhi was Western educated. Most of our leaders were Western educated. That they had learned the ways of the Europeans and understood what is colonialism. So the South African sector was first colonized by the Dutch. Then the British came, called the Boer Wars. Now, here again, you would have to remember the names of the leaders as a form of insurance policy, which is first name is Jomo Kenyatta, after which Kenya is named. He's the national leader. These are basically the Subhash Chandra Bose and Gandhis of their country. Then you have now a little bit of interesting names, and your work is again done. The name is Nawame Kuruma. Kuruma is a sweet delicacy, dessert in India. So remember it like this: Nawame Kuruma and Namadi Azikwe. Namadi Azikwe. Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya. Because all of these are British colonies in that sense, you would have to remember them, and generally important. So 3 names here, 5 names there. Can you remember these? And you don't have to remember it right now as it is. After the prelims examination, just open this slide and look at these names. Can you do it? I've not explicitly asked you to remember anything. This is the first time I'm doing that because you never know with UPSC in that sense. Okay. Now, do not learn this, but just to give you a glimpse of when they did get independence, you will see their independence was quite late. For example, Ghana got independence in 1957. First British African colony to gain freedom. Nkrumah was very, very important. Nigeria got it in 1960. But while in Nigeria, there will be no prelims question out of world history. Please understand that point. That IR question is not a world history question. 1960, Nigeria, here the British did not do too much to resist independence. But what they did was, as they do always, they gave the minorities the power rather than the majority, which basically politically destabilized Nigeria for a very long time. Then in 1963, you have Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta, the British opposition from Mau Mau. Here, what happened was that there was an armed struggle also of a secret organization called Mau Mau. However, when Mau Mau was not able to fight, it was Jomo Kenyatta who will give them independence. But for us, a small detour to South Africa is very interesting because we have Gandhi's South African connection. See, now South Africa was developed by the Dutch. And as a colony, South Africa was very good. Was very, very good because tropical environment, very resource rich, has a lot of diamonds. It was a coolish country. So a lot of white population actually traveled to South Africa. It was also the port, or what we call as the break point where all ships had to reach Asia. So the Dutch was very involved in fighting or basically controlling South Africa. However, when the Dutch are involved, the British will automatically come, and the British will basically wrestle power away from the Dutch. Dutch used to call themselves coolish in the sense that it is not very hot like the other African countries. So the Dutch used to call themselves Boers, and in the Boers War, what happened was that the British defeated the Dutch, in which even Gandhi got the Kaisar-e-Hind title. He got in the Boer Wars. And see, when it comes to the decolonization of South Africa, it was also very straightforward. Even before India got independence in 1910 itself, the British gave independence to South Africa. But in South Africa, 20% of the population was white, 80% of the population was black. And they gave the power to the white minorities and left. And these white minorities, what they developed in Africa was called apartheid. Apartheid. Apartheid was a racial segregation system which was followed in South Africa for close to 5 to 6 decades, in which everything was divided into two: black, white, black, white, black, white. So you have buses, black seats, white seats. You have beaches, black area, white area. Roads, black side, white side. Schools, black schools, white schools. Homes, where you live, you have certain areas which are black, certain areas which are white. And herein lies the problem of South Africa, that the blacks actually had to form in 1912 the African National Congress based on the Indian National Congress to fight with this apartheid. And there rise three very important personalities: Nelson Mandela, Steve Biko, and Desmond Tutu, who became very important leaders of this anti-apartheid movement. And Nelson Mandela was in jail for close to 20 years for, in a way, defying apartheid, and he became the symbol of apartheid-based discrimination in Africa. It's a new type of untouchability, if you want to say it. And very simply, only when in the 1960s and 70s, when India got independence, and India started to create a narrative that Africa should change, India played a very important role in creating a certain global perspective in which there was so much pressure created on Africa by 1960s and 70s. We said we'll not trade. As one of you said, that South African team was banned to play cricket also because it was a fully white team. And it is only in 1990s, when so much pressure was created, so many economic sanctions were there, that their president F.W. de Klerk is going to lift the apartheid regime, and there will be what we call as the bringing of these, or the destruction of apartheid. Nelson Mandela will be taken out of the jail, and he will become the first proper president of South Africa in 1994. So they got proper independence from apartheid only in 1994. So try to understand this point, that before we go to Indochina and we discuss the previous year questions, and then we can discuss the previous year questions itself because they're not dealing with that. I'll give a break here and then I'll discuss previous year questions. But Africa, I've discussed with you colonization and I've discussed decolonization. And I've also tried to give you a picture of how they got decolonized and colonized. Anybody's any issue here? This used to be an area out of which questions were asked. Now they're not asking questions. I'll show you the previous year questions when I come back from the break. And thereafter we'll go to Indochina, which is basically our insurance policy. Yes? No issue? Okay. So we come back at 8:20. And the last 1 hour, last 1.5 hours, we will discuss the previous year questions, or rather I'll talk about Indochina, because I can do previous year questions tomorrow also. So I'll take a call when I come back, because I want to finish the course, and then we can discuss previous year questions if that is acceptable to everybody. So the point is that let's finish the descriptive portion so that tomorrow I can actually properly do answer writing with you. And we can do, for example, answer writing, previous year questions, strategy, module breakage, and doubts tomorrow. Acceptable to everyone? Okay, perfect. So I've taken your minute. I'll give you that minute back with surplus. Okay. See you. Yes, sir. Done, sir. Okay, welcome back. Last 1 hour push. Now, see, there's a purpose here. And the purpose is that, see, till Africa, everybody teaches. And in a way, we don't need this topic. In a way, we don't need this topic. However, UPSC has been playing with the questions. And 1 year, randomly, they stunned with Dutch colonialism and Malayan Peninsula. Now, basically, they've already asked on Malaysia. And the only thing which is basically left in this sector is French colonialism and an area called Indochina. Basically, Indochina is Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia together. Called Indochina because of the Cholas, there was a lot of Indian influence, and because of their proximity to China, there's a lot of Chinese influence. So it's basically an area which is dominated by both Indian and Chinese culture. That is why it's called Indochina. Now, this sector, as you see here, was open to colonization because of the way the other colonial powers were placed. So, Britain got India, Dutch got Indonesia, and when the French left India heavy hearted, they had no other option but to go towards this sector. And they will land in a sector which is called Cochin, China, at a small place called Touraine. It's called Touraine. Now, if you can look at the names itself, you can understand the Indian influence. That what Vietnam was basically Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin, China, and Laos and Cambodia were the internal parts of this sector. Now, the question remains is who used to rule them before the French colonized this area? So here you used to have what are called the Nguyen emperors. Nguyen emperors. These are the names of, this is the dynasty of emperors. They call the Nguyen emperors. And Nguyen emperors basically used to rule this area, but really had no real power amongst them. It were actually the governors under the Nguyen emperors who actually controlled the Tonkin, the Annam, and the Cochin China sector. It's a very prosperous area when it comes to rice trade, because a city called Saigon city is a very important city for trade of rice. Till today, Vietnam is a very important exporter of rice. It's resource rich also. And now, with a heavy heart, the French, after their heart was broken in India, they reach here. They reach here. Most of the wars, France and Britain were one-sided. They were fighting in India for colonies. Basically, because the timing, colonial rivalry is a different issue altogether, and the timing of coming together is only when colonies were already distributed. So, did not come together initially. It is only after Napoleon and specifically unification of Germany that they came together. So, it's a separate issue altogether. Once France is going to become the third republic, then. Now, the French landed in Touraine, saw this as an opportunity. The entry into this sector is very, very late. The first entry is in 1862. So you can see in India, they had already established, the British were properly established. Already revolt of 1857 had happened. It's after that that they actually land in this sector. So in 1862, they land in Touraine and they realize that this area has a very flourishing trade. So the French tried to capture Cochin China first. Tried to capture Cochin China first, and that is their first target. So they sack the Saigon city, and now they go to the Nguyen emperors, and the governor is brought in front of them, and they say that we have fair and square defeated the governor, so you give this territory to us. So the first area which came under them was Cochin China. Now I'll tell you one thing: don't take too much load on your head to learn all of this. Just enjoy it, because it's a very, very interesting story. Long story, but interesting story. It gives us a glimpse of Cold War also. Don't have to take too much load, because as it is, I'm saying this is a insurance policy. So if needed, you will have to write it in the examination once before the exam, revise, that is it. So Cochin China is the first area which they take. Now the French want the northern part, which is called Tonkin. In order to control Tonkin, you need to control the Gulf of Tonkin, which is this area between China and Tonkin. The Gulf of Tonkin was basically controlled by the Chinese illegal traders. Sir, I'm confused. Cochin China is in Southeast Asia. And naam Cochin China. It's not Cochin China. It's Cochin China. And Cochin China is a name which they've taken. So there's no logic behind it. That's the Indian influence, that they're taking names like Annam. Annam is also a very South Indian name. So the point is, it's called Cochin China, not Cochin China. Cochin China. So Cochin China is the first one which is taken. Then this area, Gulf of Tonkin, is controlled by the Chinese illegal traders. Now the French, they are actually really not very good at fighting things. So their first attempt to take Gulf of Tonkin was a failure. Deepika is telling us Annam means rice in South. Perfect. Very good. Deepika, that would explain a lot of things to us also. Thank you for this insight. So Annam means rice. It is a rice producing area. So you can see. Great. So the Chinese illegal traders, the French took them a little bit too light, underestimated their power. So the first attempt to taking Tonkin, the French get defeated by the Chinese illegal traders also. So the French go back, come up with a bigger army and navy, and then defeat the Tonkin Chinese illegal traders and take Hanoi. And now they go to the Nguyen emperors again and say, we have removed the Chinese illegal traders. You give this area as a protectorate to us. Basically, they were asking for control of this area. So they take Tonkin and then they take Annam. So Annam and Tonkin come to them together. However, there's a time gap between this, that it will take them 10 years to do it. Then they will move a little bit more interior into the Cambodia and Laos area. And as you can see, what will start in 1862, by 1883, by 1884, they will take this sector. Then by 1888, they will be entering into the Laos sector. So by 1907, imagine by 1907, they will basically consolidate this area totally. So by the time we are having the Swadeshi movement in India, and the moderates and extremists are fighting amongst themselves, French was still establishing the rule in the Indochina sector. Now, when we talk about this story, it's written in the PPT also, that it was a naval commander called Diguleli who actually conquered Torain and the Da Nang sector. Then by 1859, they were able to take Saigon. And when they were able to take Saigon, they go into an agreement with the Nguyen empress to give this area to them. Thereafter, to take this area, which is the Tonkin area, you need to control the Red River Delta or the Gulf of Tonkin. In this, they had to fight with the Chinese illegal traders. And by 1893, the annexation of Laos had started. But once the French will be able to stabilize their whole sector, Annam, Tonkin, and Cambodia, Laos will be under them together, making it the whole Vietnam sector as of right now. So Vietnam, what we call today, is basically this part. This is Vietnam, this is Cambodia, this is Laos. But at this point in time, this whole sector was called Indochina together. Now the question would be, what is the purpose of colonization? So Vietnam fully could give a lot of commodities to the Vietnam, to the French: tea, rice, coffee, pepper, coal, zinc, and tin. Cambodia was also rich in rice and pepper. But Laos was more or less useless to the French because it was not a resource-rich area, but a lot of timber, which is forested. 90% of Laos was deforested by the French in order to make it useful to the French. And till today, if you will go to the Versailles Palace, if you go to the Versailles Palace today, which is the French palace of the king, and even to their parliament, the wood, the wood and the what we call as furniture, which is there, if you'll check it, it will say wood came from Laos. So basically, most of the old buildings of France, the wooden work was done with Laosian timber. So you can see that finally the French get something which was of any purpose to them. And in that sense, they were happy in colonizing Indochina. So when we talk about their colonization, it's a straightforward thing. Nobody's asking you nothing. You have to just write a small introduction wherein they first take Cochin China, then they take Tonkin Annam, and they go into Laos and Cambodia, have to fight the Chinese pirates, dominate the Nguyen emperors, and they do it for rice, tea, and other commodities. So the story of colonization remains the same everywhere: slow but sure creeping of a foreign country into your own country. Does anybody have any issue in understanding this? It should not be any straightforward story itself, nothing really complicated. Now, the decolonization story of Vietnam is literally painful. It's painful. If one country actually struggled struggled to get independence, it is this country. We also struggled, but their story doesn't stop. You will think that it will stop. Now it doesn't stop, only keeps on going and going and going and going. They will get independence after the Cold War politics is going to properly show to the Americans is it is not working. They will get independence by 1975, which is a very, very big time. So that way, the decolonization of Vietnam was literally painful. And there are phases in it, and there are certain names which you need to know. I'll tell you the story, then we'll see it through the PPT, and then we will consolidate this whole sector. This is the basic timeline. This is the basic timeline. And we'll start with initial efforts, we'll end with the Vietnam War. Why am I doing this topic also? Because Cold War politics and Vietnam War are connected. So it completes a story very well. Now, compared to us, less time. But in Indian context, we did not fight wars, Sneha. They literally fought wars. Two wars. One is called the Indochina War, which is a proper war. And that will start in 46, go until 54. It's a proper war, 8 years of war. Then you will have the Vietnam War, which will go from 55 to 25. We had a national movement, but we did not have wars. We did not fight a war. That is a very different concept itself. We had a national movement, but they had a national movement also. They had a war also. Okay. Now, the decolonization of Indochina, the initial effort was that as soon as the French were there, people started to resist their presence. Very standard. And the person who pioneered the first wave of resistance is a person called Fan Ding Fung. Fan Ding Fung. Fung was a person who, this is a person, not a place and not a dish, it's a person. Fan Ding Fung fought the French, but his movement, the problem was that it is a restorative movement, wherein he wanted to bring the Nguyen emperors back. He wanted to bring the Nguyen emperors back. Unlike, this is not nationalism, this is restorative type of concept. Can anybody tell me any restorative rebellion in Indian context? Can anybody tell me any restorative rebellion in Indian context? Very good. Yes, the revolt of 1857. The revolt of 1857 was a restorative rebellion, wherein they wanted to bring back their old leaders back. So basically, this is not nationalism. However, it is a person called Fen Bai Chao. Fen Bai Chao. Who actually started modern nationalism in Indochina. Fen Bai Chao, or what is called the Chao movement, started the concept of nationalism, wherein they said that we will reject the French, but we will not reject Western technology and Western culture. So they said that we will modernize Vietnam and we want to live. We want to live not under the Nguyen emperors. We want a new democratic regime. And at one point of time, Chao movement was very powerful also. But I'll tell you one thing, that the French are very bad when it comes to resistance. They are not generally good for nothing. But when it came to resistance, the French are worse than the British. Because the answer which the French have to any form of resistance is kill. And therefore, while the British, when it came to Indian nationalism, they were much more tolerant towards Indian nationalism, French were used to crush the movements, kill the leaders, purge everybody, send them to small islands. They were very, very heavy handed in that sense. So when Fen Bai Chao became a problem, like Robespierre in that sense, yes. Fen Bai Chao, when he became a problem for the French went after him very quickly. Chao used to operate from Japan, from China, used to say that he is the real leader of the Vietnamese people. He also had a free school through which he used to teach students how to resist the French. But unfortunately, what will happen is that Chao will be arrested from Shanghai. The British will tell the French where Chao was. And as soon as Chao will be arrested, his movement will be literally crushed. And though Chao was able to create a nationalistic fervor, nothing really happened. Now, during the World War period, in place of or the interwar period as we call, and even in the interwar period, beginning of the interwar period, the agenda of Vietnamese nationalism will be taken up by a party called the Vietnam Nationalist Party. But their program was about proper extremist agenda, and their program was, we will make the Vietnam army rebel against the French. Basically, they wanted a revolt of 1857 as a form of resistance. They wanted mutinies. And while the Vietnamese National Party will be able to entice one mutiny, which is called the Yen by mutiny, which will happen in a place called Yen Bai. The French will kill every leader of the Vietnamese National Party, kill every soldier who mutinied, and they again crushed the rebellion very quickly. So one thing is very clearly clear, that French are not tolerant of nationalism. Thereafter, the tide turned with regards to nationalism in Vietnam when a person called in 1921-22, a person called Ho Chin Minh became the leader of the Communist Party of Vietnam. And he is basically considered the architect of Vietnamese nationalism, and whole city is named after him, Ho Chi Minh City. And Ho Chi Minh, in that sense, was a very important personality, a communist, and he was able to evade the French also. And from time to time, he was able to use the workers to rebel, and also in certain areas, from time to time, Ho Chi Minh was able to control them. French control was also lost. Now, Ho Chi Minh between 1920s and 1939 is going to struggle against the French. He's going to struggle against the French. He will survive. But in 1939, something is going to happen. What will happen in 1939? Yes, very good. World War II. When World War II will start, Ho Chi Minh will use it as an opportunity. Because if you remember, by June of 1940, the French had surrendered. And the French did not have the power to hold on to Vietnam or Indochina. So between 1939 to 41, Ho Chi Minh was able to take north and south both of Indochina and was able to establish a communist regime, and now the people were coming together. However, in 1941, a mad power in Asia rose, and that became a problem for Vietnam. And that problem was the Japanese. And what will happen is that the Japanese will now rampage out of Korea and go down the Southeast Asian sector. And what happens is that the Japanese are able to take out south of Vietnam or Indochina out of Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh will be able to survive in the northern sector of Vietnam, but the southern sector will go into the Japanese domination. And now basically his story has got complicated because 1941 to 44, now the Japanese are controlling a part which should have been Vietnam. However, by 1945, it was clear that the Japanese are going to surrender. That was a given in that sense. And the Japanese were most probably going to surrender. So Ho Chi Minh is now going to use this imminent surrender and start what is called the August Revolution of 1945. And he will again unite north and south of Vietnam together as one unit. So he's again done something by removing Japanese power, However, once the war will be over, now the victor powers wanted to survey this area. They wanted to see, yes, they will reach till Imphal, Abhijit. They wanted to see that the Japanese power is fully removed. So they wanted a systematic withdrawal. Victor powers, Britain, France, USA. So the US, France, and the British wanted to overlook the retreat of the Japanese. And now you see how all imperial powers are the same. In the northern sector, China was given the task to sort out things. So China gave the power to Ho Chi Minh because they believed that Ho Chi Minh is a communist. China was a communist country, and therefore they believed that okay, This is the right moment. The Ho Chi Minh deserves control over North. However, now you see the southern sector was given to the British, that the British should check the withdrawal in 1945. Now, the British, what they will do is, rather than giving power to Ho Chi Minh, the British will revive this colony back for the French. Basically, they will remove the Japanese control, but in doing that, they will also remove Ho Chi Minh's control, and the French are brought back into south of Vietnam. You see how what we call as chor chor mosere bhai, that basically all of them are the same. The British said to the French, you have lost a colony, come here, I will give you that colony back. So somehow Ho Chi Minh is again back to square one. Again back to square one. Because he still has north, south is with the French. And that is why that between 1946 and close to the next 8 years till 1953, they will be at war, and this is called the Indochina War. Wherein France and Ho Chi Minh are going to fight with each other to control Vietnam. And even after that, finally in 1954-55, Ho Chi Minh wins this battle, which is the Indochina War. So now, do you believe that Ho Chi Minh should legitimately get the control of Vietnam? Do you think that he should get legitimately the control of Vietnam? Yes, because he has been fighting for them for quite long period. But if you look at these dates, 54, 55, you see the date in which we are talking about, this 54 and 55. This period falls under which period of the world history? Very good, Raghav, very good. It's the Cold War period. Now, Ho Chi Minh is a communist, and America does not like communism. Now you see how America is literally going to destabilize Vietnam. Now, Ho Chi Minh should have got it. The French, after losing this war, will have what is called a Geneva Conference. At the Geneva Conference, the French, as it is, are bastards. What they will do is, they will remove Laos and Cambodia. They will say, these two countries were never under Vietnam. Mujhe yaad hi nahi. No, these are independent countries. Give them independent status, so that even if Vietnam gets independence, it is not Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam together, so that he's destabilizing and reducing the area of Vietnam. So he says, no, I didn't control. They were always independent. I didn't say anything to them. Give Laos and Cambodia these independence. They are not part of what is called Indochina. I never controlled it. I don't know how do they speak French. They would have learned it from us. But I don't know. No French culture, no French. But now, if that is going to be the case, at least Vietnam was going to Ho Chi Minh. Now, America says Ho Chi Minh is a communist. How can we let a country fall into communism? But that is technically not true. America came to the scene in 1945. They were a communist since 1920. Ho Chi Minh was the legitimate ruler of Vietnam. He was fighting for democracy. But USA says, no, communist. And what they do is that they say, let us hold an election. In which south of Vietnam will vote if it wants to go into North Vietnam or under Ho Chi Minh's control. And the general election, everybody knew that Ho Chi Minh will win. Now, America does what it does well. they appoint a new government. It is an American appointed new government in South under a person called Dim. And Dim now says, I am the legitimate ruler of Vietnam. I am a nationalist and a democratic ruler. I represent South Vietnam and Vietnam, not Ho Chi Minh. So basically, how they create dictators, they have created a dictator. And now North and South are at odds. So the Americans did not allow that election to also happen. They did not want that election to happen because they knew that Ho Chi Minh would win. So to complicate it, they said that, oh, there is a problem. There is a problem. What is the problem? अरे ये भी बोल रहा है कि ये rule करना चाहता है. That this person is also ruling, and he says that he's the real ruler. Now, how can we conduct elections when there are two contesting powers? So basically, the election will not happen now. And what will start is the Vietnam War, in which Dim is a Vietnamese but sponsored by the Americans. Now, North and South Vietnam is going to go into war, but the South is not fighting independently. It's the Americans who are fighting. And this is the first time the Americans were actually involved in fighting the communists anywhere in the world properly. Now, between 1955 and 1975, first 5 years, the Americans will do a little bit good because the Vietnamese did not have proper what we call as why US is interested in Vietnam War. It was a proper contain communism. I will not let communism fight. So when America got involved and gave Dim a lot of power, now the USSR got involved. USSR said to Ho Chi Minh, you want anti-tank guns? They said yes. You want anti-helicopter, anti-aircraft rockets? He said yes. Do you want modern machinery, machine guns? He said yes. But I'm sending a package to you. All of this will come to you. Basically, now it becomes the Cold War. Cold War on the ground. Vietnam War was basically the Cold War. USA and USSR fighting from back. USSR through Ho Chi Minh, and Dim was the one who was representing the USA. But the problem with the US was that the US actually sent troops. This is the first proper war which the Americans will fight. After that, they will not even fight a war. This is the first war the Americans fight overseas properly after the Second World War, and they lost this war also. After this point, they never actually ever fought again. If you've seen the movie Forrest Gump, you would have basically that whole movie is pretext around the Vietnam War itself. I encourage you to watch movies on the Vietnam War. It will generally give you a good understanding of how Vietnam War was very brutal. The Americans did not understand the terrain. Forrest Gump. We had that very bad remake of that movie in Amir Khan's movie. I don't remember. Lal Singh Chadha or something. That movie is a remake of Forrest Gump. So, not Baghi. Come on, yeah. Lal Singh Chadha was a remake of Forrest Gump. Now, Forrest Gump. Now, America did not understand the terrain. America did not understand the way to fight. It was guerrilla warfare, swampy. Most of the American soldiers died of what we call as more or less died of dengue and malaria because they did not know what it was. A very important point you need to remember is at this point of time, India took issue to it. India and other post-colonial countries actually went to the UN to say to the UN that what America is doing is illegal. Guess what the UN did? Zero. Nothing. Nothing at all. And that is the era in which everybody now understood that the UN is just only America's mouthpiece. The conclusion of this story is very straightforward. Between 1955 and 75, America is going to fight this war. People will keep on supporting Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh will then make what is called the concept of Viet Minh. Viet Minh was his party which was fighting for Vietnamese independence. A new organization will come up which is called the Viet Cong, which will try to bring people from the south and fight against the Americans. By 1975, it was clear that if America was not going to win this war. And finally, in 1975, America gave up on its positions in South Vietnam, and Ho Chi Minh controlled it and unified Vietnam in 1975 finally. But in doing so, the US fully destabilized Vietnam and delayed their independence by 20 years. And this is basically the story of the Vietnam War. I told you I'll tell you Vietnam War and the story of how Vietnam got independence generally. Now, if this is clear to you, I would like to just tell you the story after the PPT. And if time is left, I'll be happy to tell you module by module coverage also today only. And we can do previous year questions tomorrow. Acceptable to everyone? Yes. Just remember it like a small movie I've showed you. If you can remember the characters, good. If you don't remember the characters, chalte. It's okay. Now, the first manifestation of their nationalism was in the form of a person called Fan Ding Fung. He was a restorative personality, and his death in 1895 ended his nationalistic restorative type of rebellion. Then the next person who is seen as the father of modern nationalism in Vietnam is this cool dude called Phan Bai Cho. Phan Bai Cho, old traditionalist opposition, he rejected it. He talked about not rejecting French rule, not Western ideas, science, and technology. And he had a plan of liberating Indochina with the help of Japan. Now, Phan Bai Cho's struggle was real. He took hundreds of Vietnamese students to Japan, taught them what to do when it comes to clandestine organizations, how to fight for their independence. He will open the Free School of Tonkin in 1907, where he taught anti-French agitation to the students. Multiple demonstrations will happen, and by 1908 he had become powerful. However, in 1925, Chow will be picked up by the French agents in Shanghai, and his movement will die once he will go into house arrest, and that movement will automatically collapse without a leader. Thereafter, in the interwar period, the onus of independence will be taken up by Vietnamese Nationalist Party, and their thing was mutinies. And therefore, the Yen Bai mutiny will happen in 1930, February 9th, 10th, in which there in Tonkin there will be a garrison or a military establishment will be mutiny. But the Vietnamese National Party will be destroyed by the French when they quench this mutiny and kill everybody who was involved in this mutiny. They were trying to create a message that you cannot do anything to the French. Thereafter, Ho Chi Minh is the person, garrison means military establishment. Ho Chi Minh is the person who actually was able to bring the nationalist movement into the fold of the communist ideas. And by 1929, he had the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. His aim was to bring entire Vietnam under communist rule. By 1930, multiple uprisings will also happen. But as I said, the problem was that the French were able to retake most of these sectors from time to time. However, it is the Second World War which gives him the first opportunity to take back Vietnam. With the French defeated, he will sweep over both North and South. However, when the Japanese will crush them, North will go to Ho Chi Minh, which he will hold for a very long time. But Southern sector will go into the Japanese control. And once the Japanese eminent defeat was given, he will take an opportunity to basically take back south of Vietnam. And in August, September of 1945, the Republic of Vietnam will be established through the August Revolution. However, now the problems will start for Ho Chi Minh because at the Potsdam Conference, Japan was now going to be evicted in the north by China and the south by UK and French joint forces. While the Chinese gave support to Viet Minh, which is Vietnam for Ho Chi Minh, the Japanese forces were removed and French power was restored back into the southern sector. Hereafter, the first war will start, which is called the First Indo-China War, which will go on for 8 years, bitter warfare. And at the Geneva Conference, where the French had lost, in 1954, Laos and Cambodia were made independent. Now, the 17th parallel, which is the 17th latitude, 17th north latitude, will become the North and South division. And the Vietnam Union of Vietnam would be decided by an election in 1956. No, the France did was not in any position or had no intention to give them genuine independence. But by this point of time, the Americans will get involved. And what will happen is that the elections of 1956, Genova is in Italy, Geneva is in Switzerland. The elections of 1956 in Viet Minh was expected to be win materially. They knew that Ho Chi Minh is going to win this election if happened in 1956. So the Americans were now going to undercut it. US backed no Din Dim is going to now say that he's a nationalist, anti-communist, and he will form a Vietnam Republic in South in 1955. And Min received aid from USSR and China, and very simply now it becomes a proper Cold War politics on the soil of Vietnam. However, the National Liberation Front will fight for the independence of Vietnam. There will be the Viet Cong, which will also do what is called as guerrilla warfare. But over a period of time, Go Din Dim popularity will start to decline because he himself started to become a dictator. And the Viet Cong will emerge in the south to spread guerrilla warfare throughout that sector also. Now, America by 1975 realized that the answer to communism is not to fight with communism. And therefore, in the détente period, you can see that the Americans will always argue that they were protecting the Vietnamese people from communism. But the Viet Cong, at the end of the day, was what people wanted and represented them. The US will not abide with Geneva Convention. They will not actually hold elections. The UN came under international criticism because it was not acting against the Americans. In 1973, there will be a ceasefire between the US and the Viet Cong. And thereafter, Viet Cong will keep on its offensive on and enter into the south. And finally, in 1975, Vietnam will be united and Vietnam will become a independent country. Now, I will do one thing. I have 25 minutes. I'll give you the module breakage. Tomorrow, we do all the previous year questions and other questions related to what we should do generally. And thereafter, I expect you to come tomorrow with your questions and also send the questions to islive@byju's.com. So let's do one thing. Let's try to understand module by module. Module one. Again, very important thing. Very important thing. Very important thing. Strategy to study world history. Listen to me. Strategy to study world history. Strategy to study world history is you have studied 35, 36 hours with me. Now what you're going to do is you will download all the annotated PPTs. You will make it a folder and then keep it aside. You don't have to do world history right now. You've done it once with me. Every month, once a month, you will open that folder, go through the PPTs once, and then again close that folder. And it is only after you have given your prelims that you will basically start to revise and learn world history more seriously. So very simply, what I want from you is once a month, 10 PDFs you have to go through. No, optional history is a totally different thing. Very that is much that you can do with this, that you have to do regularly. GS history world. If you've done it with me, you have a basic picture. More or less, you know what it is. Now, people, when they say Operation Barbarossa, when they say First World War, when they say Cold War, when you read the newspaper, very simply, you will not be startled. Till May, 2 to 3 revisions once a month. And once the prelims is over, then proper solid 1 to 2 hour understanding of world history coming up to pace and answer right. Get the strategy? Get the strategy? It's like post independence, yes. Because these two are mains oriented. Don't have to kill yourself before the examination, prelims examination, to learn all of this. Now, do you get it? Why I told you, enjoy the class, enjoy the concept, understand the concept so that you can just keep on revising it in your head. Okay, perfect. Now, repeat, Vanshika. Don't have to study world history every day. Once a month, revise it. After prelims, have to become more aggressive in understanding it. Now, if you are doing optional history, GS world history is automatically covered. You don't have to separately do GS history. That's a subset. Okay. Can do for other main subjects? No. But मैं world history के लिए बोल रहा हूँ, you're saying it for everyone. No, 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 no. Only mains oriented topics. See, the strategy generally should be for a candidate that all mains oriented topics should be done initially. Ethics and all also. Ethics, disaster management, world history, post independence, internal security should be done by December. So that after the 3 months before the examination, you should not be doing ethics. Optional should also be over by January, February maximum. Last 3 months before prelims should always be very specialized prelims oriented understanding. So I don't know where you are in your preparation, but that is the way you plan your whole year. That the first 5-6 months you do mains oriented topics more, so that you're done with it, and thereafter different. What makes different from us other in answer of what makes difference us from other in answer? Kishan, write correctly here. I'm not able to make sense. For 2025, same. Deepika, for you, you have a year of revision every month. You can do twice a year, twice a month. Totally on your Shraddha, what you want to do. Right. Okay. Now, module number 1, module number 2. This is American Revolution. It takes 1.5 hours to write down one question in organized manner. When I know topic very well, how can I decrease time? In that 1.5 hours, how many words are you writing? How many words? See, what a lot of you do is that you try to overwrite, in the sense that if it's taking 1.5 hours, it means that you're revising, learning, and then writing the answer. So 150 to 50 words should not take you initially more than half an hour. Then it will take you 15 minutes. Then it should take you 7 minutes. That can only happen when you understand the questions and understand the nature of the questions. What most of you do is that you think while you write. Before you write, you need to have a mind, you need to have a structure in your mind what you're going to write. And more than that, the biggest issue is that you tend to think that agar maine padha hai, if I've learned this topic, I will write everything. How will I not show to the examiner that I am the ideal candidate who knows everything? The question is asking you discuss the relationship between India and China. You will bring in Pakistan, US, you will do everything. The question is India, China. Then why are you complicating it? So first things first, you need to make sure that you are right answering the question. This used to happen in the university level examination. I have checked thousands of papers. There's a saying, there's something which you do in university which you are doing here also. पूछोगे कुछ भी लिखूंगा भाई जो मैं जानता हूं. You ask me anything, I will write only what I know. And that is the biggest issue. You have to write what the question is asking. You're getting 6 out of 20, 15, that's more than enough. Half, 50% of the marks is actually good enough. You have to make sure, and we'll have this conversation tomorrow. What is the answer writing, what we call as specific demands for history? So the template remains the same. If you are taking too much time in thinking about introduction, then you're not understanding the purpose of the introduction. 20-30 words you have to write, and you are thinking about beautiful introductions, because there are people who are in the market who actually say a lot of wrong things about introductions. There will be three types of people you will find. One will say, make introductions, learn them, ratta karke chale jao. That is the dumbest thing which you can do. Do you know what the questions are going to come in the examination? Do you know what the questions are going to come? Then how can you ratify and make 50 to 60 introductions and take it in the examination? Second is that some people say write an introduction like it gives the whole summary of everything. People write 100 words introduction, makes no sense itself. You have to introduce the topic. So either it's historical context, it is current affairs, that is the basic thing. So 30 words, you have to summarize, not even summarize, give a brief introduction. When you meet a person, I'll give you a very good example. When you meet a person you met a person and you shake their hand. What are you doing? You're introducing yourself. So do you start that it was a dark night, I was born in Ames Hospital, and then throughout my life I did this, I did that, I went to this school, I got this much marks in first class, second class, third class, then I gave my 10th and 12th. This is how you introduce yourself? That ek andheri naati mein sab, obviously not. You introduce yourself by saying that my name is this is my historical context, I have done this is why we are meeting, end of story. So it depends on the context. Kishan, you're saying it depends on the context. So if I am meeting you in the context of actually meeting you for an interview, will you tell the interviewer that I love to not do anything, I love to sleep? The question is asking you, what the interview is asking you, where have you done your BA honors and or your BTech? Will you tell your father's name and mother's name and your sister's name that my brother also did BTech from here? I had very good friends. Ranchod Das Chachar was his name. We are like three idiots. We are like anything. Do you say that? This is what you all do when you comes to writing answers. Aisa katha kahani you will start to write, that I will make an introduction like that meme which is there, just like a wow. That just like a wow, I'll make such a good introduction. But the examiner will not even read the introduction properly. The examiner will not even read the introduction properly. It will generally not even read the introduction properly. He will read the body. So why are you writing theses in the introduction itself? Try to understand this point. The examiner wants you to tell him something. Try this track. See, flexibility is the name of the game. Flexibility is the name of the game. See, when you met me 10 classes back, you were asking me, sir, how do I learn this? How do I learn that? How do I learn this? How do I learn that? Over the course of the 35 hours, none of you asked me so many names, Phung, Phang, Chow, Wow. You didn't. Because you understood that all what sir is saying is just context. We need to understand the story. Then why do you forget that when you're writing the answer for any subject also? For example, the question is on the judiciary. For example, it is on the judiciary. What a lot of you do is that you start to now quote articles. That under article this, the judiciary exists. Under article this, exclusive and original jurisdiction. Under article this, that. Is the example, is the question asking you about introduction, is asking you about the articles. Stop giving unnecessary information. Answer the question. Answer the question, and then you will automatically come from 1.5 hours to 15 minutes. Don't worry about the time. It's about answer writing is an art. It's a skill. And the only way you learn it is practice, 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 practice. The more you will practice, the better you will become. And the less you will think, okay, I will write it today, I will write it. Right. It will first take you 1.5 hours, then it will take you 30 minutes, then it will take you 15 minutes, then it will take you 7 minutes. Please understand. Often heard people saying all questions have several times, just a box, how they're supposed to attempt. Sometimes questions over. Attempts all questions are several times. No, no, see, Tulsi, the problem is that answer writing practice is telling you how to think on the spot. It's not about learning every question which you practice. Please understand this point. Nobody knows, and I can guarantee that to you, nobody knows what the exam question is going to be. As much as you can do 1,000 questions in multiple test series, none of the question will get repeated. But in doing those 1,000 questions, at least you learn to think on the spot. That's the see. When you will see the UPSC paper, 110% you will not know half of the questions. But the point is, can you think on the spot and write something down is the name of the game. None of the practice questions are going to come. UPSC does not repeat questions. That is why UPSC is UPSC. Nobody said it is easy. But you have to answer right and practice. Are we clear? Yes? Under pressure, you go blank. Okay, practice. Then the pressure will remove. Try to understand this point. If you will overthink, now if you sit in the examination and think, if I fail, I would have to do this, I would have to do that, I would have to go back to this. Negative thoughts should not come at all. What are you under pressure for? You're under pressure for time, that's a separate issue altogether. If all the world issues start to sit on your shoulder, that Israel Palestine is happening, Ukraine is also happening, the world is dying, the global warming, climate change, all of this you start to think, then there's no point. Be cool, because that is the only way you will ever write a good answer. So answer writing practice is important. If you have 1 year, do it right now. If you have 2 years, you should be better. 3 years, even more better. For till 2030 you have to give this examination, you should be a specialist of UPSC. If you're starting early, you should do it. Can I go to the modules? Quotes are very important. One should try to, oh no, that is not true. ये जो quote वाला जो बीमारी है ना, I hate it. Where will you get a quote from for every topic? Where will you get a quote? You will now learn what Dr. Ambedkar said, what Patel said. You will learn that each and every quote, that Gandhi said this. Will you learn quote? I've seen students learn quotation books also. Essay paper, it makes sense. But in every GS question, if you are going to start with a quote, that Churchill said that there is an iron curtain which has fallen over the European sector. The question is on the legacy of the Second World War. You're talking about iron curtain. UPSC, it's called general studies. Optional philosophy, polity, history is a separate issue altogether. General studies, it says, not specialized studies. So rather than learning the quotes, try to understand what that person is actually trying to say. So are we all on the same page? And as it is, there is no one who can learn quotes here. Come on, be honest to yourself. I always see students not as students, I see them as humans. You all have a capacity to understand, all have a capacity to read, and have a capacity to ratification. That is why I always try to reduce your ratification, reduce your learning, and increase your understanding. Nobody is a computer also has a limited memory storage. So stop thinking of yourself as superhuman. And what is happening to you, everybody is happening. This pressure, you should not say, "Mere ko yaad nahi ho raha, I'm not able to understand." No one is not able to understand. Nobody is able to remember. Don't create unnecessary pressure. Have to be cool. Cool in the sense, thanda dimag. If you will start to create a lot of pressure on yourself, it will come on your performance. All are the same. Everybody goes to the same struggles. Everybody knows. No, nobody is. See, there are people who are extraordinary, but ironically, when you will listen to the toppers, you will realize that they are not extraordinary people. They are disciplined people. Discipline, timetable, dedication, and being street smart is what this examination wants. If you are extraordinary, go and help ISRO send us to the moon, not sit and give this examination. That is what is the point. No one it's not about, you don't have to be extraordinary to clear this examination. You just have to be disciplined. That's it. Can current affairs help us and world history? It's the other way around. World history helps in current affairs. Now, and in all this conversation, this module thing has gone, but I'll still tell you what it is. See, module number 1 is American Revolution. Module number 2 is French Revolution. Module number 1 is, in this you will get two types of questions: cause, significance, and this is where you're going to concentrate on. This is where you're going to concentrate on. The same will be true for French Revolution, but here another aspect comes in: cause, significance, and Napoleon. Napoleon in stabilizing France and war with Europe. So basically, you need to discuss the role of Napoleon. In a way, you also need to know when you need unification of Germany and Italy, what is his role? There's a subsidiary thing which is linked to it. So here you will always get cause, significance. What are the revolutionary causes? Stamp Act, this act, that act, attitudinal change, 7 years work. What is the significance? Gave us liberty, representation, first democratic revolution, the concept of republic. What are the causes? The systemic issues, Louis XVI, estate general, three estate model. What is the significance? Gave us the declaration of man of right and citizen, this and that. It gave us democracy. It gave us the ideas of freedom, fraternity. I've given you that. Thereafter, Napoleon, how did he stabilize economic policy, Concordat, the educational reforms? Then war with Europe. How basically he started it, and what is the implication for unification of Germany and Italy for that? That is basically your third. So can we make model answers for world history on topics and just learn them? Again, Shreyansh, I don't know if you had the paper beforehand. Tell me. I'll also write the examination answers and give it to you rather. How can you make answers and keep them with you and then only read that? Rather read the PPTs. Anything can be asked. Try to understand this point. You want to do it? Sure. You can make notes if you want to. But don't rely on the fact that you will make 10 answers and then 10 answers done. No, you have to sometimes cross cut themes also, and that I will show it to you tomorrow. They are cross cutting themes. The questions are not straightforward. They are cross cutting themes. They're checking your knowledge. Don't think of it like 12th and 11th examination, as one of you said. Yes, it's not a board exam that CBSE says this is going to come, this is going to come. UPSC is the first organization which deceives you. It will say something, it will do something else. No fixed questions, no fixed answers is going to one. There is no way out. There is no trick here. The trick is to be practicing and being disciplined. This is the point I'm trying to push. Module number 3 is unification of Germany and Italy. In this, you will get two type of questions: a role of Bismarck, a role of Cavour, and one which is a corollary of the second, role of Napoleon. So you can see again, there is only limited capacity to ask questions. Thereafter, the most important module is your module number 4. Module number 4, you have Industrial Revolution. And in Industrial Revolution, you can get why Britain, what is Industrial Revolution, uniqueness of France, Germany, Japan. Japan is already asked, so France and Germany is the next one. Social impact of IR and impact, general impact of industrial revolution. Here, this is a very, very, very important theme. Very, very important theme. Industrial revolution cannot ignore. Very, very important. Thereafter, you have module 5, 6. These two are interconnected. Module number 5 and 6 are interconnected. Eastern question and road to World War One and World War One. Here you can get again standard questions, 2-3 types. What is Eastern question? What is the cause of the First World War? What is the significance? Significance of the First World War is basically the Second World War. Module number 7 is standalone, which is Russian Revolution and ideologies. And here again, you can be asked about causes of October Manifesto, October Revolution, and significance. And again, the significance is socialism and the Second World War. You should start as soon as possible. There's no time to look for. You should start answer writing and should stop 1 to 2 months before prelims. 8, 9. These two are connected. Interwar period plus the concept of World War II. Here you can get another set of questions. Significance and effects differ. Significance and effect and impact can be similar to each other. Significance is the overall significance. Impact is what happened. There are difference in that sense. So you can talk about impact also if you want to say impact. Impact is on Europe. Significance is for your larger story. Now, module number 8 and 9. This is what I said. Now, World War I, so they'll ask these two things. Eastern question, they'll ask this. They can ask impact of World War I, what we discussed in class. Everything is in the PPT, don't worry. Thereafter, 8, 9, 8, 9, you will get what we call as Great Depression. They can ask you a question. Causes. You can also get questions on how fascism rose and threat to democracy. This question came last year, threat to democracy, how democracy was threatened. They can ask you causes of Second World War and impact of Second World War and significance of Second World War. So impact is going to be decolonization, significance is going to be nothing but Cold War. And therein comes plus Cold War. Cold War is the next theme in this. And in the Cold War sector, they can ask you 3 escalation points. Basically, Berlin blockade, Berlin Wall crisis, and Cuban Missile Crisis. And the most obvious question also can be how de-escalation or détente happened. And for that, the answer is very simply China and the overall perspective. Last but not the least is module number 10. We'll discuss that, Preeti, tomorrow. The marker words, elaborate this, that. We will discuss that tomorrow. Module number 10. Module number 10, you have colonization, decolonization. This used to be a favorite topic of UPSC, colonization and decolonization. Now they have basically stopped asking questions from this area, module number 10. Africa, how got colonized, which is nothing but scramble for Africa, and how got independence. Now the favorite topic is moving towards interwar period. Decolonization of Indochina, again same thing will be how got colonized. and decolonization story. But this is something which I predict. I'm just trying to predict the future. This is a insurance for something unforeseen if it happens in the examination. Done? Can we meet? Can I meet you tomorrow? Yes? Done? So with this, the course of world history is over. Tomorrow, come with your burning questions. We will cover everything and end what we call as, yes, as always, 6 a.m. We will end everything. World history, last class is tomorrow. I hope all of this has been making sense to you. It has not been very, very difficult to understand. And generally, world history is now not a fearful point for you, and you understand these basic concepts in that sense. Right? Tomorrow we end everything. I want to see each one of you tomorrow. We will discuss the previous year questions and doubt session specifically to address any specific doubts you have. Thank you. Take care and bye bye.